There is a quiet tension many of us feel but rarely. Name, we sense that our lives are woven into a larger order. Yet we move through the world as if everything were chance, accident, or private destiny. We feel pulled by emotions we do not fully understand and by beliefs we have never really examined. Somewhere between fate and freedom, confusion and clarity, a question appears: what would it mean to see our life as part of a necessary, intelligible whole? Baruch Spinoza offers one of the most radical paths into this question. He does not begin with a distant heaven or with an isolated self, but with a single, daring claim. There is only one infinite reality, one substance. He calls it God or nature. These are not two things, but two names for the same boundless being. This God is not a person, not a ruler outside the world. It is the infinite, self-caused reality from which everything follows with the necessity of a geometric proof. From this view, what we call miracles are not breaches in the natural order, but places where our understanding is still fragmentary. To know God is to understand the order and connection of things. From here, Spinoza turns to you and to your own experience. He refuses to cut reality in two, into mind on one side and body on the other. There is one reality, seen under different aspects. Your body is one expression of this reality. Your mind is the idea of that body unfolding as thought. Every event in the body has a parallel in the mind. Yet our minds are usually clouded. We live among images, half-formed stories, second-hand fears. These generate what Spinoza calls inadequate ideas. They leave us in bondage to passing passions, moved more than moving. For Spinoza, the path of ethics is a path of understanding. As our ideas become clearer and more adequate, we become more active, more truly ourselves. Out of this activity arises a distinctive joy, an intellectual love of God, a calm delight in seeing reality as a coherent, necessary whole. This transformation is not only personal. Spinoza extends it into politics and religion. He reads scripture and prophecy as human, historical expressions, not as interruptions of nature. And he argues that a stable, peaceful community depends on freedom. The freedom to question, to interpret, to philosophize. In the explorations ahead, we will walk slowly along these horizons: God or nature, mind and body, bondage and freedom, fear and understanding, obedience and genuine power. As you listen, you are invited to test Spinoza's vision against the textures of your own life, and to see what shifts when your world is viewed, even briefly, under the aspect of eternity. Part 1. The definition of substance. Consider how easily we say the word thing. A thing happens. A thing appears. We own things, lose things, cling to things. We even speak of ourselves as things in the world, separate, enclosed, self-contained. Yet when Spinoza begins his ethics, he does something disarming. Before speaking of God, soul, good and evil, he asks, what is it, exactly? For something to be a thing in the deepest sense. He calls this deepest kind of thing a substance, and his definition is deceptively simple. Substance is that which is in itself and is conceived through itself. At first, the words may seem almost technical, thin, remote from experience. But if we stay with them, they begin to rearrange how we see everything. To be in itself is to exist without leaning on anything else. It is not like a colour that needs a surface to appear, or a shadow that needs light and an obstacle. It is not like a mood that depends on a body, or a body that depends on other bodies for food, warmth, and air. Substance in this sense is what does not need a host. It is not in something else the way a property, an event, or a passing state is. And to be conceived through itself is to be intelligible without borrowing its meaning from elsewhere. When you understand it, you do not need to refer to something more basic. By contrast, think of how you understand the idea of a wave. To explain a wave, you must already understand water. The wave is not a self-standing concept. It is a way that water behaves. Its being and its intelligibility both depend on something more fundamental. Spinoza's definition of substance tells us the most basic reality is not a wave. It is the ocean. Try for a moment to apply this test to the ordinary things around you. A table, a tree, your own body. None of them exist in themselves. The table depends on wood, on carpenters, on the laws of physics that keep it standing. The tree depends on soil, sunlight, water, and air. Your body depends on an entire network of causes stretching across time, parents, food, climate, accidents avoided and accidents suffered. Then apply the second part of the test. Can these things be conceived through themselves? To understand a table, you must think of wood, of tools, of human needs. To understand a tree, you think of plants in general, of growth and decay. To understand yourself, you turn to a language, already filled with ideas of family, culture, biology, memory, and desire. In each case, what you are trying to think is not self-contained. It leans on something else for its meaning. Spinoza is not denying that tables, trees, and people exist. He is saying that they are not substances. They are not the most basic form of being. They are, as he will later call them, modes, ways in which a more fundamental reality expresses itself. The contrast is subtle but important. When we say, "This is a table," we speak as though the table were finished and complete, a small island of being. Spinoza quietly invites us to see it instead as a crossroads at which countless lines of causality meet. Its wood comes from a forest, the forest from soil and seasons, those from the shifting earth and the burning sun. The table participates in being. It does not possess it on its own. The same is true of us. When we say I, we tend to imagine a self, standing apart, a substance in the everyday sense. We picture a centre of choice, a free and self-contained interior. Spinoza's definition of substance gently undermines that image. If we examine ourselves honestly, we discover dependencies everywhere: our bodies shaped by genetics and environment, our thoughts shaped by languages we did not invent, our desires formed in response to a world that precedes us. In this light, the idea of a human being as a metaphysical island becomes difficult to sustain. We are more like eddies in a river, temporary patterns in a current that far exceeds us. Why does Spinoza start here with this definition? Because he wants to build a picture of reality in which everything can, in principle, be understood. And for him, understanding means seeing how a thing follows from what is more basic than it. A mode is understood by tracing it back to the substance it expresses, much as a wave is understood by tracing it back to the ocean. Definitions are not mere labels in this project. They are like the first strokes in a drawing that will eventually reveal a landscape. Once you accept that substance is what is in itself and conceived through itself, you have accepted a standard. You have agreed that ultimate reality, if it exists, cannot be something fragile, dependent, and derivative. It must be that on which everything else depends, and that which can be known without reference to anything deeper. There is an ethical resonance to this as well. Many of our anxieties come from taking what is partial as if it were total, what is dependent as if it were absolutely secure. We cling to particular possessions, relationships, roles, or images of ourselves, and we treat them as though they were substances, anchored, unshakable, entirely ours. When they shift or dissolve, as they inevitably do, we feel as though reality itself were betraying us. Spinoza's concept of substance reminds us that the only truly unshakable is that which cannot be lost because it cannot be separated. Substance cannot fall apart, cannot be divided into pieces, cannot be pushed aside by a rival. It is that without which nothing else could be, or even be thought. Everything that changes does so within a more basic continuity. From this angle, the definition of substance is not only a technical move in a philosophical proof. It is also an invitation to reimagine where stability is to be found, not in the particular shapes that reality takes, but in reality itself. Not in this or that success, this or that attachment, but in the underlying power that brings all things into being. Later Spinoza will argue that there is only one such substance, that it is infinite, and that we may call it God or nature. But at this early stage, the essential shift has already begun. The solitary, self-sufficient objects of everyday thought, especially the solitary sufficient self, are quietly dethroned. We start to sense that to exist is not to stand alone, sealed off from everything else, but to be a way in which something deeper and more encompassing shows itself. The wave is still real. It still moves, rises and falls, but its true being lies in the ocean from which it cannot be separated. Spinoza's definition of substance, then, does more than organize metaphysical categories. It begins the long process of teaching us to see ourselves not as isolated substances, but as expressions of a single, infinite reality. And it sets the stage for the bolder claim to come that this reality, this one substance, is what we have long called by the name of God. Part 2, God or Nature. Across centuries of religious imagination, one image shows up again and again, a powerful person above or outside the world, a king seated on a throne, a judge with a ledger, a father who looks down, approves, condemns, rewards, or punishes. For many, the word God immediately summons such a figure. Spinoza keeps the word, but quietly removes the figure. He does not place God beyond nature as an artisan apart from his work. He does not picture God within nature as a hidden, supernatural layer behind the scenes. Instead, he does something more radical. He identifies God with nature itself. His phrase is as simple as it is unsettling: God or nature. 2 words, 1 reality. This is not the nature of casual speech, a collection of trees, animals, and weather patterns over against human culture. It is not outdoors as opposed to indoors. For Spinoza, nature means the entire, all-encompassing reality that is and can be the infinite substance, with all its attributes and all the modes that express them. There is nothing outside it, nothing beyond it, nothing that stands over against it as creator, judge, or rival. When he says God, he is not pointing to a separate being who decided one day to create a world. He is pointing to the world understood at its deepest level as a single, infinite, necessary reality that exists by its own power. If we hold in mind his earlier definition of substance, what is in itself and conceived through itself, then this identification begins to make sense. God for Spinoza is simply the substance that truly fits that definition. God is the one reality that depends on nothing outside itself to be or to be understood. Everything else is in God as a mode is in substance or as a wave is in the ocean. In this light, God is not the planner of nature's order, God is that order. God is not the source of laws imposed. From outside, God is the very laws themselves, and the power by which they operate. This can be deeply disorienting if we are used to thinking of God as a person with intentions, preferences, and emotions. A person whose will could, in principle, have taken a different path. A person who loves some and hates others, who listens to pleas and may or may not grant them. Spinoza's God has no such profile. God or nature does not choose among alternatives. There were no other possible worlds, laid out like options on a table. From the very nature of this infinite substance, the actual world follows with necessity, not by arbitrary choice, not by whim, but by the same kind of logical inevitability by which it follows from the nature of a triangle that its angles sum to a certain value. To many religious ears, this sounds like the erasure of God. If God is just nature, is there anything left to worship or pray to? If God has no shifting moods, no anger to appease, no favor to win, what becomes of devotion? Spinoza's answer is stark. The attitude we have been trained to call devotion, pleading, bargaining, hoping to curry favor, is a misunderstanding from the start. It projects our human psychology onto the universe. It imagines that the whole of reality works like a court or a palace. For him, that picture has to be dismantled. To say God or nature is not to say that every tree, every stone, every passerby is a god in the sense of a small, personal deity. It is to say that none of these exist apart from the one infinite reality that expresses itself through them. The forest is not God, and the river is not God, if we mean by that a person to be addressed and propitiated. But forest and river are modes of God, ways in which the power of nature unfolds here and now. Nothing stands apart from this unfolding. There are not two orders, one secular and one sacred. There is just one order, one reality, infinitely rich, infinitely expressive. If the word divine is to mean anything here, it must refer to this unbounded fullness itself, not to a special layer added on top. This is why Spinoza refuses to describe God in human terms, no will in the familiar sense, no plan in the sense of a project that could have been otherwise, no moral preferences that mirror our own. To say that God loves, hates, rewards, or punishes is, for him, to speak as though the ocean admired some waves and despised others. Such language may comfort for a time, but it misleads. It turns the natural order into a kind of moral theatre arranged around our fears and hopes. It encourages us to treat understanding as secondary and supplication as primary. Spinoza reverses this. The proper response to God or nature is not worship in the sense of submission to a superior will. It is understanding. To know God is to see, as clearly as we can, how each thing follows from the nature of the whole. The more we grasp this order, how bodies move, how minds form ideas, how emotions arise, the more we participate in what he later calls the intellectual love of God. This love is not an emotion that we direct toward a distant person. It is a joy that arises in the mind when it understands reality adequately. It is delight at seeing necessity where there once seemed only accident, coherence where there once seemed only chaos. It is, in a sense, nature coming to know itself through us. If we let this perspective touch our everyday life, even briefly, the world can begin to look different. Walking down a street, we may still see separate houses, separate lives, separate concerns. But beneath that, we might also sense a single network of causes and effects, a continuous field of energy and law. The person rushing past us is no longer just an isolated self, but a mode of the same reality of which we are a mode. The city itself becomes an aspect of nature's expression as much as a forest or an ocean. For some, this can feel like a loss. The intimate God who listens, who might bend the rules for us, recedes. In his place stands an impersonal necessity. Yet for Spinoza, what is lost is illusion. What is gained is a deeper kind of security. The world is not at the mercy of an unpredictable will. It is anchored in the very nature of reality, which does not change its mind. We may no longer imagine that our prayers could make the sun stand still or the laws of physics wave themselves for our sake. But we can come to trust that nothing happens outside the order of nature. There are no arbitrary exceptions, no miraculous suspensions of law. What we call miracles are simply events whose causes we do not yet understand. In place of a universe divided between natural and supernatural, Spinoza gives us a universe that is radically unified. In place of a God who enters history from outside, he offers a God who is the very substance of history itself. God or nature is thus not a slogan of vague reverence for the environment, nor a poetic way of saying that the world is wonderful. It is a precise claim about what ultimately exists and how everything that exists is related. It says, there is only one infinite substance, everything else is in it, and this is what we have long, confusedly, called by the name God. If we accept this, then the path to peace of mind no longer lies in trying to align ourselves with the imagined preferences of a cosmic ruler. It lies in learning, patiently, what it means to be a finite expression of an infinite nature. To see our lives, not as stories staged for a divine audience, but as threads in a vast, necessary tapestry whose pattern we are slowly learning to discern. Part 3. The necessity of all things. Within Spinoza's vision, one consequence follows that many find hardest to accept. If there is only one infinite substance, if this substance is what we call God or nature, and if everything else is in it as modes, then nothing that happens could ever have been otherwise. Everything follows from the nature of God or nature with necessity. Spinoza often turns to geometry to make this idea clearer. From the definition of a triangle, it necessarily follows that its three angles add up to a certain sum. We do not imagine possible worlds in which triangles, remaining triangles, behave otherwise. The relation between definition and property is not a matter of choice or chance. It is built into what a triangle is. He invites us to think of reality in a similar way. From the nature of the one infinite substance, its attributes, its power, its internal coherence, there follows an entire order of things. Not because a divine person makes a selection among options, but because the nature of this substance expresses itself fully and consistently. The world, in all its complexity, is this expression. At first glance, this seems to crush many of our most familiar intuitions. We think of life as a series of forks in the road. We say things like, "I could have chosen differently," or "history might have taken another path." We regret, we blame, we fantasize about alternative timelines. We imagine that, at a crucial moment, it was really possible for events to have gone in another direction. Spinoza's determinism challenges all of this. For him, our sense of open possibilities is a product of incomplete knowledge. When we look back at a decision, we remember only some of the causes at work, a few of our motives, a fragment of the circumstances. The rest is invisible to us. Where knowledge is missing, imagination fills the gap. We picture ourselves as having freely selected one among many options, as though we were substances independent of the causal order. But if God or nature is the one infinite substance, and if every finite thing is a mode of that substance, then no event floats free of causality. For any state of affairs, there is a sufficient reason why it is so and not otherwise, even if our minds are too limited to trace it. This does not mean that everything is simple, or that we could, even in principle, calculate the course of the world like an engineer predicting the motion of a few planets. The chain of causes is infinite, branching and subtle. Bodies affect bodies. Minds affect minds. Each finite mode is determined by prior modes, and these by earlier ones, without end. But the complexity of the chain does not make it any less necessary. To many, such a picture sounds like a kind of fatalism. If nothing could have been otherwise, does it not render our efforts meaningless? If our choices are necessary outcomes of prior causes, why strive, why deliberate, why reflect at all? Spinoza's answer requires a shift in how we think about freedom and necessity. We often oppose them. What is necessary is not free. What is free is not determined. He suggests a different contrast. The opposite of freedom is not necessity, it is bondage. And bondage occurs when we are determined to act by causes that we do not understand, in ways that do not follow from our own nature as thinking beings. When a stone falls, it does so by necessity, but we do not call it free, because it does not understand the causes of its motion. When a person is swept away by anger or fear, acting in ways they later do not even recognize as their own, they too are not free. They are being driven by forces they do not comprehend. Their actions still follow from the total order of nature, but not from an adequate grasp of that order within their own mind. Freedom, in Spinoza's sense, is a special kind of necessity. It is the necessity that flows from understanding. The more we form adequate ideas of ourselves and of the causes that move us, the more our actions follow from our own nature as it is illuminated by reason. We do not step outside causality, rather we participate in it more consciously. The necessity of all things, then, is not the enemy of freedom. It is its condition. If reality were not ordered, if events did not follow intelligibly from prior causes, our attempts to understand would be in vain. There would be nothing for reason to grasp, no stable connections to perceive. The world would be an opaque stream of accidents. Instead, Spinoza insists there is order, there is intelligibility. Things could not have been otherwise because what they are expresses the nature of God or nature here and now. Our minds, insofar as they reflect this order clearly, gain power. We begin to move from being merely affected to being, in some measure, active. On a personal level, this view has a distinctive ethical flavor. Many of our deepest sorrows and resentments are bound up with the thought it might have been otherwise. We torment ourselves with counterfactuals, a word unsaid, a move not made, a disaster barely avoided in imagination, but not in fact. We turn our lives into courts of appeal, endlessly revisiting verdicts already delivered by time. Spinoza does not say that grief, regret, or disappointment are illusions. They are real effects, real modifications of our being. But he does suggest that we can relate to them differently once we see them as parts of a necessary order. When we understand that an event could not, in truth, have unfolded in any other way, our stance toward it may soften. We may still feel pain, but the sting of it should not have begins to loosen its hold. This is not resignation in the sense of passive surrender to fate, imagined as a blind force. It is reconciliation with necessity, seen as the expression of a rational order that exceeds us, but of which we are a part. To the extent that we gain insight into this order, into the physiological causes of our moods, the social causes of our beliefs, the historical causes of our institutions, we become less likely to lash out in blind blame or sink into helpless guilt. We also become more effective. To act within a necessary order is not to be powerless. It is to learn what truly makes a difference. A doctor does not heal by wishing the body to be otherwise, but by understanding the physical causes at work and intervening at the right points. A thoughtful person does not transform their life by cursing their past, but by discovering how their emotions arise and how different ideas can alter their course. In Spinoza's universe, change is always local. We never break the chain of necessity, we join it at a particular link. We never create ex nihilo, we redirect, reconfigure, understand. Our power consists in knowing enough about the order of things to act within it wisely. Seen from this perspective, the necessity of all things no longer appears as a cage. It becomes the very structure that makes knowledge, action, and transformation possible. A musician is not less free because music obeys laws of harmony and rhythm. Precisely because there is order, improvisation has meaning. The player's freedom is not the ability to make any sound whatsoever, but the ability to move fluently within a framework, understanding how each note relates to the others. So too for us, we are not free in the sense of standing outside nature unbound by causes, We are free when we are, in the sense of understanding enough of nature's order, including our own place within it, to participate in it with clarity rather than confusion. Spinoza's doctrine of necessity, then, is not a cold metaphysical claim tacked onto an otherwise human picture. It is the backbone of his ethics. It tells us that our lives are woven into an intelligible whole, not scattered across a landscape of pure chance. It offers the possibility that, instead of battling an imagined realm of sheer possibility, we might learn to see what is, how it came to be, and how, from within that necessity, we might become more truly ourselves. Later, when Spinoza turns explicitly to the illusion of free will, to the nature of desire, and to the slow work of freeing ourselves from bondage to blind passions, this background will matter. For now, it is enough to let the thought resonate: nothing in the universe, including our own actions and feelings, floats free of the order of God or nature. And to the extent that we understand this order, we step not outside necessity, but into a different relationship with it, one marked less by resentment and confusion, and more by clarity, acceptance, and a certain quiet strength. Part 4. Against Anthropomorphism and Teleology. Far from the quiet abstraction of a geometric diagram, most human images of God are vividly personal. We picture a ruler with a face, a mind like ours, only larger. Someone who decides, who cares, who can be pleased or offended. Behind storms, illnesses, victories, and tragedies, we imagine intentions, purposes, rewards and punishments. Spinoza looks at this habit and asks us to pause. What if all of this is projection? What if, in trying to understand the universe, we have simply drawn a magnified version of ourselves across the sky? Anthropomorphism is the name for this reflex. We take what is most familiar in us, will emotion, design, and we ascribe it to the whole of reality. When rain falls at the right moment, we say that God wanted to bless the crops. When misfortune strikes, we wonder what lesson is being taught. We tell stories of a plan, of a divine script in which each event has been consciously arranged. For Spinoza, this way of speaking rests on a deeper error. We not only humanize God, we also turn the order of explanation upside down. We begin with our own desires. We want to live. We want comfort, security, success, recognition. Then, when we look out at nature, we interpret things through this lens. Anything that helps us, we call good. Anything that harms us, we call bad. From there, it is a small step to think that the whole of nature is arranged for our sake. A ripe fruit becomes something that exists in order to nourish us. A river exists in order to water our fields. A disease exists in order to punish or to test us. We slip from noticing how things affect us to imagining that they exist for us. Spinoza calls this a confusion of causes and ends. We mistake useful effects for intended purposes. In his view, nature does not act for the sake of ends. The world does not exist in order to achieve goals. There is no cosmic project that could succeed or fail. There is only the necessary unfolding of one infinite reality, which he names God or nature. When a mathematician proves that the angles of a triangle add up to a straight line, we do not ask what purpose this serves. It is not for anything. It simply follows from what a triangle is. In a similar way, Spinoza suggests the entire universe follows with the same sort of necessity from the essence of God or nature. The world flows not because a will chose it, but because reality could not be otherwise. This is a difficult thought to rest in. We are so used to thinking in terms of plans and intentions that a world without purposes can feel cold, even hostile. Consider a simple example. It rains. The farmer whose crops are dying of drought sees the rain as a blessing. The traveller caught on a mountain path without shelter sees it as a curse. If we think in terms of purposes, we may say this rain was sent to help the farmer or to test the traveller. But the rain itself is just the necessary outcome of physical conditions, temperature, air pressure, moisture in the atmosphere. It has no plan. It does not select its targets. Or think of an earthquake. Under the image of a judging God, it can be read as punishment for sin or as a warning. Under Spinoza's view, it is a natural event produced by the deep structure and tensions of the earth. That it affects some people and not others is not a sign of favour or blame. It is an expression of the causal web in which all finite things are entangled. For Spinoza, to assign intentions where there are only causes is to remain trapped in ignorance. It is to stand before nature, as a child before an unpredictable parent, trying to guess what will bring reward and what will bring punishment. This is where his critique of teleology meets his critique of superstition. If we believe that God is a person who plans, judges, and intervenes, we are easily ruled by hope and fear. We hope for special favours. We fear punishments. We look for signs that tell us whether we are loved or rejected. In these moods we are vulnerable. We can be led. Spinoza thinks that religious authorities have often built their power on this vulnerability. By claiming special knowledge of God's purposes, they can prescribe how others must live. They can present obedience, not understanding, as the highest virtue. They can turn natural events into messages, miracles, or warnings tailored to support their authority. Against this, Spinoza insists nature has no end set before it. There is no overarching purpose that storms, plagues, or victories are meant to serve. To look for such purposes is to misread the universe. This does not mean that there are no reasons, no explanations. On the contrary, it means that explanation should begin and end with nature itself. When we study the causes of a phenomenon, the structure of a virus, the dynamics of a climate system, the psychology of a crowd, we are, in his sense, coming to know God. The language of miracles belongs to the same confusion. A miracle is typically understood as a breach in the natural order, a special intervention where God suspends the rules. But for Spinoza, the rules of nature are nothing other than the eternal activity of God or nature. To suppose a miracle is to imagine God working against himself. If something appears miraculous, this only shows that we do not yet understand its causes. Wonder in this sense is a mark of ignorance. It is not wrong to feel it, but it should be the beginning of investigation, not the end of it. The more we know, the less we will need. The language of interruption and exception. There is a sharp edge to this vision, but also a hidden gentleness. By stripping God of human form and human purpose, Spinoza does not leave us alone in a dead universe. He situates us inside an infinite, necessary order that neither rewards nor condemns. In such a world, lightning that strikes a tree is not a message. A sudden recovery from illness is not proof of favour. Loss is not a targeted blow. We are freed slowly from reading our fortunes and misfortunes as parts of a moral drama staged for our sake. This can be disorienting. It can also be a relief. If nature does not judge us, then we can stop bargaining with it. We can stop asking what we did to deserve each turn of events. Instead, we can ask what follows from what. We can try to understand the lines of necessity that brought us and everything else to this point. This shift also changes the meaning of piety. For Spinoza, to love God or nature is not to worship a distant person. It is to understand the order and connection of things as far as a finite mind can. The proper attitude is not submission fueled by fear, but a calm, active joy in intelligibility itself. Later thinkers sometimes called Spinoza a pantheist, as if he simply identified God with the whole of nature and then invited us to revere that whole. Spinoza himself is more austere. He does not present nature as holy. He does not ask us to kneel before the universe. What he offers instead is a different sort of reverence, the patient, disciplined work of understanding, to seek causes rather than purposes, to replace anxious interpretation with clear seeing, to let go of the habit of taking things personally. Seen from within our ordinary hopes, this can feel like a loss. We no longer occupy the centre of a divine plan. We are not the favoured audience of a cosmic playwright. But seen from a wider angle, something else becomes possible. We can begin to sense ourselves as parts of a vast, self-unfolding whole, necessary and intelligible through and through. In that recognition, meaning changes its shape. It is no longer the story of what God wants from us. It becomes the clarity with which we see how we, and all things, follow from the nature of God, or nature itself. From here, Spinoza turns more directly to us, to beings who are at once bodies and minds. If there is only one reality, without purposes and without miracles, what are we inside it? How do our thoughts and our flesh belong to this necessary order? His answer begins with a surprising claim. Mind and body are not two separate realms that sometimes interact. They are parallel expressions of one and the same underlying reality. Part 5. The Parallelism of Mind and Body. Beneath our everyday explanations, we often picture mind and body as two separate actors, clumsily sharing a stage. On one side stands the body heavy, mechanical, driven by chemistry and physics. On the other side stands the mind invisible, free, capable of stepping in to command or resist what the body wants. We speak as if one causes the other. We say that our decision made our arm move, or that our aching tooth ruined our mood. We imagine signals crossing a mysterious bridge between the mental and the physical. Spinoza looks at this divided picture and quietly removes the bridge. In his view, there are not two substances, mind and matter, trying to cooperate. There is one reality, one infinite substance expressed in different ways. Thought and extension are not rival kingdoms. They are two aspects, two attributes of the same underlying being. From the side of extension, reality appears as bodies in space. From the side of thought, the very same reality appears as ideas. Every event has these two faces. It is not that one face causes the other. They unfold together, in perfect correlation. Spinoza expresses this with a dense formula: the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. In more ordinary language, the pattern of mental events runs in parallel with the pattern of physical events. There is no crossing line of causation from one to the other. There is only a single, deeper order that shows itself in both. A simple image can help. Imagine a story printed in two languages on facing pages. On the left, the text appears in one script. On the right, the very same story appears in another script. Each line on the left matches a line on the right. But the Dutch text does not cause the English text, nor the other way around. They are two expressions of the same narrative. For Spinoza, mind and body are like this. The physical life of a human being, the motions of nerves, the chemistry of blood, the firing of neurons, is one side of the story. The beating of the heart is also part of the physical side. The mental life, sensations, memories, feelings, thoughts is the other side. Line by line, they match. This means that what we call a body is a certain pattern of extended things, a structured individual in space and time. What we call its mind is the idea of that body, the way that bodily pattern is expressed in the attribute of thought. They are not two things loosely tied together. They are the same thing under two descriptions. There is an important consequence here. If every bodily event is part of a chain of causes in the realm of extension, and every idea is part of a chain in the realm of thought, then there is no room for literal interaction between the two. Your arm does not move because your mind, as something separate, pushes it. Your sadness is not produced by molecules as alien intruders on a mental field. Instead, when your arm rises, there is, from the side of extension, a series of bodily events, electrical impulses in nerves, contractions of muscles. Joints changing position are part of this. From the side of thought, there is a series of ideas, an intention to reach, an awareness of movement, perhaps an accompanying image or memory. These two series are one and the same event, seen in two ways. Take another example. You drink a strong cup of coffee. From the bodily side, caffeine is absorbed, circulates, binds to receptors, alters patterns of neural firing. From the mental side, you notice increased alertness, a quicker flow of thoughts, maybe even a slight edge of restlessness or anxiety. It is tempting to say the molecules cause the feelings. Spinoza would say instead, in the order of bodies there was this pattern of events, and in the order of ideas there was the corresponding pattern of experiences. Neither realm invades the other. They unfold as two synchronized scripts. This parallelism reshapes the traditional mind-body problem. In many modern philosophies, the question was, how can an immaterial mind act on a material body, or a body act on a mind? Spinoza's answer is simply they do not. The question dissolves because it was built on the assumption of two separate kinds of thing. At first, this can sound as if Spinoza is downgrading us into spectators. If the mind does not push the body, are we not reduced to passive observers of a physical machine? But that image presupposes the very dualism he rejects. For Spinoza, you are not a mind watching a body. You are a single individual expressed as both. When your body is hungry, your mind is that hunger as an idea. When your mind resolves to act, your body is that resolve as motion. There is no gap in which a ghost could hover. There is only one being living itself out in 2 dimensions. This can change how we think about illness and health. If the order of ideas mirrors the order of bodies, then disturbances in the body will have their echo in consciousness. Pain, fatigue, clouded attention, sudden spikes of fear, these are not foreign invaders from another realm. They are the way a bodily state appears or is affirmed in thought. To see this does not take away their difficulty, but it can soften the extra suffering we add when we treat them as signs of mysterious moral or spiritual failure. The same goes for emotional life. A surge of anger is at once a change in the body's power of acting heart rate, tension, hormonal cascades, and a change in the landscape of ideas, narrowed focus, certain images becoming vivid, others fading. Parallelism reminds us that neither side is more real than the other. Our task is not to choose between biology and experience, but to understand the single process they express. It also reshapes our idea of freedom. If mind and body obey their own orders of causality, then there is no unconditioned mental act that steps outside nature's laws. This might sound like the end of freedom, but Spinoza invites us to redefine freedom not as an absence of causes, but as a kind of understanding. A stone thrown through the air follows a necessary path. If it could think, it might believe it is flying freely, choosing its direction. A human being who does not understand the causes of their desires is in a similar position. We take the impulse that arises in us as pure will. We do not see the long chains of bodily and mental causes behind it. Under parallelism, to become free is to become more conscious of those chains. As our ideas about ourselves and the world grow clearer, we are less at the mercy of fragmentary impressions. The mind, as an ordered sequence of ideas, can contain more of the true structure of the body and of the environment in which the body moves. That understanding, in the realm of thought, has its parallel in a greater balance and power in the realm of bodies. Freedom, then, is not the mind's power to break the order of nature. It is the mind's power to reflect that order more adequately, to become a more lucid expression of the same necessity. Spinoza's parallelism is not only a metaphysical thesis, it is also an ethical and psychological invitation. It asks us to stop treating the body as a mere vehicle or the mind as a detached ruler. It suggests that caring for one is inseparable from caring for the other. A more harmonious body allows for a more harmonious flow of ideas. A more ordered and adequate set of ideas supports ways of life that sustain the body. Seen in this light, practices that clarify the mind, study, reflection, honest conversation are not opposed to the material. They are ways in which the attribute of thought unfolds the same underlying power that under extension manifests as food, movement, sleep, and rest. In the next step of his philosophy, Spinoza makes this even more concrete. He does not just say that mind and body run in parallel. He tells us what the human mind is, the idea of this very body in its structure and in its changing states. To understand what we are as thinking beings, we must look more closely at what it means to be an idea of a body. Part 6. the human mind as an idea of the body. Sometimes when you suddenly notice your own heartbeat, a flutter in the chest, a heavy thud in the quiet of the night, you also notice how distant your usual sense of self is from the living processes of your body. Most of the time, we move and feel without much awareness of the intricate system that sustains us. Spinoza's account of the mind begins from this simple fact: whatever we are, as thinking beings, is bound up with the body we inhabit. He gives this bond a precise formulation. The human mind, he says, is the idea of the human body. This phrase can sound abstract, but it can be unfolded. To say that the mind is the idea of the body is to say that everything that happens in the body has, on the side of thought, a corresponding representation. When your hand is warmed by the sun, there is, in your body, a certain physical change. In your mind, there is the feeling of warmth, the awareness of contact with light. When your muscles are strained after a long day, there is a pattern of tension in nerves and fibers. In the mind, there is the sense of heaviness, of fatigue. The mind is not a theatre where the body sends occasional messages. It is the living awareness of this body as it is acted upon and as it acts. But this awareness is never complete. The human body is vastly complex. It is made of countless parts, each of which is affected by countless other things. Your mind only grasps a small fraction of these processes. It knows the body through the ways in which your body is affected by other bodies. For example, you become aware of an injury when pain arises, but you do not feel the detailed chemical cascades that repair the tissue. You sense hunger, but not the precise state of your blood sugar or hormone levels. You notice that your mood has shifted, but not the micro events in brain and nerve that accompany this shift. Spinoza emphasizes that our ordinary ideas of our own body are partial and confused. They are built out of fragmentary experiences: the prick of a needle, the pleasure of stretching, the dull ache of illness. From these we construct a vague sense of having a body, of being this body. But we do not, by default, possess a clear and adequate understanding of its nature. The same holds for the external world. Our body is constantly being shaped by other bodies: light, air, food, tools, other people. The mind, as the idea of this body, is therefore also an idea of how this body is related to its surroundings. When you see a tree, what you directly experience is not the tree in itself. You experience the way your body is, affected by light reflected from that tree. The mind is, in this sense, an unfolding record of all the encounters of this body with the rest of nature. This view can quietly transform how we think about ourselves. In many traditions, the mind or soul is imagined as a substance distinct from the body, a simple immaterial core that could, in principle, exist without flesh. Under Spinoza's description, the mind has no such separateness. If the mind is the idea of a particular body, then its existence and character are inseparable from the existence and character of that body. This does not mean that we are nothing but a machine. It means that our conscious life is the way this organized body, in its place within nature, becomes present in the attribute of thought. We can return to a concrete experience. Imagine waking up anxious with a tight chest and a racing mind. From the bodily side, there may be many causes. These causes include lack of sleep, hormonal states, and unresolved tensions carried in muscle and breath. From the mental side, you find yourself rehearsing worries, picturing threats, feeling diffuse dread. If we think of the mind as a separate ruler, we might condemn ourselves for failing to control these thoughts. We might imagine that a free will, standing above the body, ought to simply choose calm. Under Spinoza's picture, the anxiety is a single state expressed in two ways. The mind is that troubled body as idea. Blame shifts into understanding. This does not trap us in passivity. On the contrary, seeing the mind as the idea of the body suggests new paths of change. Because the mind is the awareness of this body's relations, its content can be deepened. When we learn more about our own physiology, psychology, and environment, we form clearer ideas of the body and of the external causes that affect it. These clearer ideas are not external additions. They become part of the mind's very structure. The idea of the body becomes richer, more adequate. For Spinoza, this is not a merely theoretical improvement. As the mind's understanding of the body and its place in nature grows, the mind becomes more active, less at the mercy of random impressions. It can distinguish between passing images and stable features. It can, for example, recognize that a sudden spike of fear has natural causes, and that not every internal jolt is a message from a judging power outside nature. At the same time, caring for the body becomes inseparable from caring for the mind. Since the mind just is the idea of this body, any change that increases the body's power to act will be reflected in the mind as increased clarity and emotional balance. This includes better nourishment, healthier movement, and a more stable environment. And any change in the mind toward clearer ideas has its parallel in more ordered bodily activity. There is also a wider horizon in Spinoza's thought. The idea of the body, that is, our mind, is not an isolated fragment. It is a finite mode within an infinite order of ideas, what he calls the infinite intellect of God, or nature. As our understanding grows from confused impressions to more adequate, universal insights, the mind participates more fully in this larger intelligence. In very simple terms, when you grasp not just that you are tired, but why bodies like yours need rest, you are touching a more general truth. You are no longer enclosed only in the idea of this body at this moment. You are understanding something about the nature of bodies as such. In that movement, your mind takes on a degree of eternity because it aligns with structures that do not depend on your particular passing state. This is a theme that Spinoza will develop later when he speaks about common notions, reason, and the view of things under the aspect of eternity. But already here, in the idea of the mind, as the idea of the body, we can glimpse it. The more the mind understands the body, the more it becomes an idea not just of this individual, but of the common order in which this individual is embedded. Seen in this way, our individuality is both real and porous. You are, as a mind, the idea of this body. That gives you a definite perspective, a concrete place in space and time. Yet as you understand more of what your body shares with all bodies and what your ideas share with all rational beings, your identity stretches beyond the narrow circle of private sensations. This double movement from body to mind, from individual to universal, will shape everything that follows in Spinoza's ethics. Our confusions, our bondage to emotions, our superstitions, all begin from the limited, fragmentary way in which the mind, as the idea of the body, first experiences itself and the world. Our potential freedom lies in transforming that idea, making it more adequate, more connected, more truly expressive of the deeper order of God or nature. In the next stages, we will linger with the first confused level of this mental life, imagination and inadequate ideas. Only by seeing how the mind, as the idea of the body, is initially shaped by random encounters and partial images, can we appreciate what it means to move toward clearer understanding and genuine power. Part 7. Imagination and inadequate ideas. Many lives are lived almost entirely in images. We wake into a moving college of sights, sounds, headlines, memories, fantasies, and feelings. Something on a screen startles us. A phrase from someone we love lingers. A worry from yesterday returns with new colours. All of this swirls together and appears as our world. For Spinoza, this stream is not yet genuine knowledge. It is imagination in his precise sense, the mind's way of registering what happens to the body as it is affected by other bodies. A sudden pain, the warmth of sunlight, the memory of a childhood room, the image of a person we fear or desire, these are not lies. They are real as events in us. But they show things only as they seem from our limited place and time. They are fragments, cut off from the wider order that gives them their meaning. Spinoza calls the ideas that arise here inadequate, not because they are morally bad, but because they are partial, confused, and one-sided. They tell us that something is happening. They do not tell us clearly what it is, how it is caused, and how it connects to everything else. They present the surface without the structure. Think of walking into a room where a tense conversation has just ended. You see a face flushed with anger. You feel a knot in your own stomach. You hear one bitter sentence. At once, imagination begins to work. It fills in what you did not see. It invents motives, insults, betrayals. None of this feels invented. It appears as simple fact, obvious and undeniable. Yet almost everything is guesswork, stitched together from a few sensations, old memories, and your own fears. This is what it is like, on Spinoza's account, to live primarily in inadequate ideas. The mind is determined by whatever happens to hit the body. A random comment, a sudden sound, a memory triggered by a smell each, pushes the stream of images in a new direction. We feel as if we are freely thinking about the world. In reality, we are being carried along by a sequence of external encounters, plus the habits we have picked up from the past. Because these ideas are not ordered by insight into causes, they are full of illusions. We think something is new, when it is just the old pattern returning in a different costume. We believe that a person acted from malice when they were driven by fear. We feel sure a situation could have gone otherwise, when in fact it followed from a long chain of conditions we never noticed. From within imagination, much of life appears as accident, luck, or cruel fate. Spinoza is not attacking sense perception itself. The body's capacity to be affected is our opening to the world. Without it, there would be no mind at all. The problem appears when we treat the first impression as the full account. The brightness of lightning tells us nothing about electricity. The roar of a crowd tells us nothing about the historical forces that gathered those people there. In the same way, the intensity of a feeling tells us nothing by itself about its causes. Yet most of our judgments are built from this thin material. Someone ignores a message. Imagination supplies a story about rejection. The story ignites anger or shame. That emotion becomes part of the next story, and so on. Over time, we do not only carry images of the world. We carry images of ourselves, the failure, the hero, the victim, the chosen one. These are also inadequate ideas. They capture how our body and mind have been affected, but not how and why these experiences fit into the wider necessity of nature. Spinoza's language here is sharp. He speaks of mutilated and confused ideas. The point is not to insult our ordinary experience, but to stress how much has been cut away. When I see a storm only as a bad omen for my plans, the entire web of meteorology, climate, and motion that produced it is absent from my thought. When I see my sadness only as a private failure, I miss its roots in my history, my biology, my environment, and the structures of the world I live in. This is why inadequate ideas are tied, for Spinoza, to bondage. If my picture of reality is built from such fragments, then my emotions are at the mercy of every change. I am elated when an image supports my hopes, desolate when it challenges them. Each news story, each glance from a stranger, each bodily sensation can seize me. I react rather than act. I am more moved than moving. Imagination also creates powerful collective illusions. When a comet appears in the sky, when an earthquake strikes, when a disease spreads, communities generate stories. They say it is a reward, a punishment, a sign, a blessing. These stories spring from a genuine need to orient ourselves. But because they are formed from limited experience and fear, they often give rise to superstition, hatred, and persecution. People are blamed, enemies are invented, sacrifices are demanded. In this way, inadequate ideas shape politics and religion as much as private life. A charismatic figure, a symbol, a ritual can grip the imagination of thousands. The shared image feels like knowledge. It feels unquestionable. Yet it may conceal the actual forces at work: economic interests, institutional power, psychological needs. For Spinoza, to live under the rule of such images is to be collectively unfree, even when we speak of freedom all the time. Still, Spinoza does not ask us to abolish imagination. We cannot. We are finite beings exposed to the world through a particular body in a particular place and time. Images, memories, and affects will always be part of our mental life. Even the highest forms of understanding will still be accompanied by pictures. What matters is whether we treat these as final or as starting points. Imagination is our first contact with things. It tells us that something is there. It registers joy and pain, nearness and distance. It allows us to navigate daily life, to recognize faces, to remember places, to learn languages. In art and poetry, imagination can also reveal patterns we have not yet grasped conceptually. But if we stop there, if we treat the immediate appearance of things as the whole truth, we stay locked in partial views. To move beyond inadequate ideas is not to leave ordinary life behind. It is to see that our First impressions are invitations rather than verdicts. A strong emotion becomes a signal there is something here to understand more deeply. A persistent fear becomes a question which stories and habits are sustaining this reaction. Even our fantasies, when observed with some distance, can show us what we most hope for and dread. In this way, the material of imagination can be slowly reworked. Spinoza's path of knowledge begins, then, with a kind of honesty. We notice how much of our world is made from half-seen moments and second-hand tales. We notice how easily we take inner images for outer realities, and we begin to suspect that many of our certainties are, in truth, only shadows cast by the way our body has been struck by other bodies. From this recognition, a new desire can arise not to abandon experience, but to understand it, to ask, with patience, what lies behind the moving screen of appearances. This desire carries us from imagination toward reason, from inadequate ideas toward more adequate ones. The same reality is before us, but the way we see it, and the degree of freedom we find within it, quietly begins to shift. Part 8. Reason and the Common Notions. Turn now from the restless stream of images to a different movement of the mind. Sometimes in the midst of confusion we pause. We compare experiences. We notice what stays the same across many changing scenes. In that comparison, something more stable appears. This is the entry point, for Spinoza, into reason. Reason is not a cold machine opposed to feeling. It is the mind's effort to grasp things through their causes, to see how they follow from the basic structure of reality. Where imagination presents isolated snapshots, reason looks for the underlying film. It asks what must be true if all these different situations can occur at all. Spinoza calls certain insights that arise here common notions. They are not opinions handed down by a culture, but ideas that express features shared by many things at once. For example, every body, including your own, exists in motion and rest. Every event in nature occurs according to fixed laws, even when we do not know them. Whenever two bodies interact, both are affected. These are not private experiences. They are aspects of reality that are the same in you and in others, in your body and in the world. To form a common notion, the mind does something subtle. It does not simply stack up memories. It reflects on them. It sees that beneath the particular colours and sounds there is a more general pattern. Once this pattern is grasped, it can be applied to many cases we have never directly encountered. Knowing that bodies interact according to definite rules, we can infer that the next event, too, will have a cause, even if we cannot see it yet. In this way, reason builds adequate ideas that represent their objects in a way that corresponds to the real order of things. An adequate idea does more than report that something is. It shows what it is, how it is put together, and why it had to be that way. It situates the thing within a network of relations. It reveals necessity. Consider a simple example. From imagination's point of view, a heavy stone falls when we let it go because things fall. Perhaps we add a story that stone wants to reach its natural place or some unseen force pulls it down. The picture remains vague. It links only a few experiences. But when we understand the laws of motion and gravity, we see the falling stone differently. We see that, given its mass, the curvature of space, time, and its position, its descent is not a surprise, but a consequence. The same contrast appears in our understanding of ourselves. Imagination says I became angry because this person insulted me. Reason asks, what exactly counts as an insult for me, and why? It looks to temperament, upbringing, social meanings, previous hurts, and the patterns of my body and mind. It sees that, given all these factors, anger was not a purely free reaction, but something that followed from who I had become within a particular environment. This understanding does not erase the anger, but it changes our relationship to it. Spinoza insists that reason sees things as necessary, not as accidental. This does not mean that from our limited standpoint we can predict every detail. It means that whatever exists is the result of causes, which are themselves results of prior causes, all rooted in the single substance he calls God or nature. When reason grasps a thing adequately, it perceives it as a node in this infinite web, not as a random intrusion into an otherwise orderly world. Common notions are the stepping stones that allow us to move from personal impressions to this more universal view. Because they express what is shared, they can be the same in different minds. When two people both understand, for instance, that human bodies are vulnerable in certain ways, or that cooperation is necessary for survival, they possess an idea that is in principle communicable and checkable. On this basis, genuine agreement becomes possible, not just agreement in words, but in understanding. This is one reason Spinoza links reason to freedom and to social harmony. A community governed only by imagination is pulled apart by rumor, fear, and tribal images. Each group treats its own stories as absolute. But a community that encourages reasoning about common notions, about shared human needs, about the structures of nature, about what all bodies and minds have in common, can build more stable forms of cooperation. Laws and institutions can be shaped not only by passion, but by insight into what sustains collective flourishing. Importantly, reason does not float above the world. It arises from the same mind that first lives in inadequate ideas. We do not leave our body behind when we think clearly. We simply take more of reality into account. The effects that once swept us along blindly can become objects of knowledge. We can ask, under what conditions does this fear arise? Which bodily states, which beliefs, which images accompany it? In answering, we begin to gain a certain power over it, not the power to snap our fingers and make it vanish, but the power to understand and redirect its causes. This is why Spinoza associates adequate ideas with activity. When I see only a fragment, I am pushed around by whatever enters that narrow frame. When I grasp the wider pattern, I can respond from a clearer place. I can choose different encounters, reshape my environment, revise my beliefs. My actions are no longer just the echo of external forces. They become expressions of what I understand. Reason also deepens our knowledge of God or nature. Through common notions, we glimpse the attributes and laws that structure everything: extension, thought, motion, the conservation of energy, the symmetries of mathematics. Each adequate idea of a particular thing includes, implicitly, an idea of the larger order that makes that thing possible. To know any event fully would be to know how it follows from the infinite nature of God. We seldom reach such completeness, but in every genuine understanding we participate in this direction. Spinoza's confidence here is striking. He thinks that the human mind, though finite, can form ideas that are truly aligned with the structure of the world, not perfectly exhaustive, but not merely subjective either. An adequate idea is not true for me, while another is true for you. It is a way the world actually is, grasped through the power of thought. In forming and sharing such ideas, our minds, in a sense, touch one another and touch the same reality. Yet reason also has its limits. It moves discursively, step by step, from premises to conclusions. It proves, demonstrates, connects. This can be slow and demanding. It can also remain somewhat external. We know that a thing is necessary, but the knowledge can feel abstract. Like a map we have not yet walked. Spinoza believes there is a further kind of knowing, one that gathers what reason has, revealed, and sees it in a single, more immediate light. That third kind of knowledge, intuition, does not cancel reason. It crowns it. It depends on the common notions and adequate ideas we have already formed. But when it occurs, our relation to ourselves, to others, and to God or nature undergoes a deeper shift. The world that reason has described as necessary begins to be felt as such, and in that feeling a new form of peace becomes possible. Part 9. Intuition and Specie Aeternitatis. Seen slowly, the world reveals patterns that were invisible at first glance. A life that once appeared as a chain of disconnected episodes begins to show a certain shape. Suffering that seemed senseless starts to disclose its place in a larger story, not of punishment or reward, but of causes unfolding. In these moments of insight, we do not simply know more, we see differently. Spinoza reserves a special term for a way of seeing that gathers many truths at once. He calls it the third kind of knowledge, or intuition. The word can mislead us. We often use intuition to mean a vague hunch, a guess that pops into the mind. For Spinoza, it is almost the opposite. Intuition is the mind's clearest act. It is the direct grasp of how a particular thing flows from the infinite essence of God or nature. To reach this point, we must already have travelled through imagination and reason. Intuition does not spring up from nowhere. It ripens on the branch of adequate ideas. Through reason, we have learned to see events as necessary, not as isolated accidents. We have formed common notions that link each thing to the basic structures and laws of reality. We know, at least in outline, how our own body and mind are modes of one infinite substance. Then, in rare moments, this scattered knowledge condenses. Instead of moving step by step, because of this, then that, the mind apprehends all at once how a particular thing follows from the nature of God. The necessity that reason had laboriously demonstrated is now simply seen. The object is viewed, as Spinoza says, sub specie Aeternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. To view something under the aspect of eternity is not to see it lasting forever in time. It is to perceive it outside the framework of before and after that imagination imposes. From within time, we experience ourselves as beings who once did not exist, who now exist, and who will some day perish. We cling to what we love, fear what we hate, and interpret everything in terms of its relation to our limited duration. But from the standpoint of eternity, what matters is not how long a thing persists, but how it expresses the infinite essence that is always present. Imagine looking back on a painful period in your life. At the time it felt chaotic, unjust, perhaps unbearable. Years later, when you have understood more of yourself and your circumstances, the same events can appear differently. You see how they were connected to your character, your environment, your relationships. You may still wish that some parts had been gentler, but you no longer experience them as pure randomness. You sense that, given everything that was in place, these developments had to occur. This retrospective understanding is still imperfect. It is colored by memory and emotion, yet it hints at what Spinoza means. To know a thing sub specie Aeternitatis is to see, with a much greater clarity, its place in the total order. The focus shifts from "why did this happen to me?" to "how does this express the nature of things?" The self-centered question fades, not because the self is denied, but because it is now recognized as one finite mode among countless others. Such intuition is not confined to personal history. It can arise when contemplating a mathematical truth, the structure of a living organism, or even a political upheaval. In each case, what is grasped is a necessity that was always there, but not always apparent. The feeling that accompanies this grasp, Spinoza suggests, is a kind of quiet joy. We delight in understanding, and in that understanding we participate more consciously in the life of God or nature. This is why intuition, at its height, becomes what Spinoza calls the intellectual love of God. We do not love a distant person, but the very order and connection of things. We love the fact that reality is intelligible, that nothing is ultimately arbitrary, that even our finitude is an expression of the infinite. This love is not blind adoration. It is love born of clear seeing. It is easy to confuse this with a mystical escape from the world. But Spinoza's intuition is not a departure from nature into some private, ineffable realm. It is a deeper entrance into nature. The eternal aspect we glimpse is not outside the things we know. It is their very essence, as modes of the one substance. When we see a person, an event, or ourselves in this way, we do not leave them behind. We understand them more truthfully. At the same time, intuition transforms our relationship to time-bound concerns. From within imagination, we cling to outcomes, success, survival, recognition, pleasure. We fear loss, failure, humiliation, death. These fears are not simply erased by insight. The body continues to strive to persevere. The nervous system continues to react. But the mind can now frame these movements differently. If everything follows from the necessity of God's nature, then my own life, with all its limits, is not an exception. The fact that I will cease to exist as this particular individual is not an outrage against the order of things. It is part of that order. Intuition does not make mortality attractive. It makes it understandable. And in understanding, some of the bitterness softens. Spinoza even suggests that in intuition there is an aspect of the mind that is eternal. By this he does not mean a ghostly soul floating after death. He means that insofar as the mind has adequate ideas that express the necessary structure Of reality, it participates in something that is not defined by this or that moment in time. The truths we grasp do not age. 2 and 2 do not become 5 when we die. Likewise, when we truly understand a causal structure, that understanding is about an eternal relation. Even if our encounter with it happens at a particular date, to the extent that we live in this understanding, we live, as Spinoza puts it, under the guidance of eternity. We still act, choose, plan, and care, but we do so with an awareness that our striving is one expression of a larger striving that pervades all things. We can love particular beings deeply, while also loving the whole of which they and we are parts. Losses still hurt, yet they no longer seem like violations of an imagined cosmic contract. They are tragic, but not senseless. Intuition, then, is not a constant state. It comes in flashes, in prolonged meditations, in gradual shifts of perspective. We can prepare for it through study, reflection, and the cultivation of reason. We can notice when imagination is shrinking the world to the size of our current mood. We can practice, again and again, seeing events as links in a chain rather than isolated blows. But the deepest turning, the sense that we and all things are expressions of the same infinite reality, is less something we do than something we allow. This does not mean passivity. It means loosening our grip on the demand that reality conform to our wishes. It means letting our understanding, however limited, align with how things are, rather than insisting that how things are must justify our desires. In this alignment, Spinoza finds the highest form of peace available to a finite mind. Under the aspect of eternity, the old oppositions between fate and freedom begin to blur. Everything is determined, yet our understanding of that determination can itself be a source of inner freedom. We do not control the vast web of causes that shaped us, but we can come to know some of them, and in knowing we become more active, more ourselves. Our freedom is not the power to break the order of nature. It is the power to consent intelligently to it, to participate in it as understanding beings. Intuition shows, finally, that this participation is itself a joy. To know a thing adequately is already to love God, because God is nothing other than the infinite reality that expresses itself in that thing. As our adequate ideas increase, this love deepens and becomes more stable. It no longer depends on fortune or on particular outcomes. It rests on the perception that, despite all appearances of chaos, there is an intelligible necessity at the heart of things. From imagination to reason, from reason to intuition, Spinoza traces a path of vision. At each stage, the same world is before us, the same bodies, the same events, the same finite lives. What changes is the clarity with which we see their place in the whole. To see sub-specie Aeternitatis is not to leave the world, but to see it as it always already is, an unfolding of the one infinite substance, in which our own striving, our understanding, and our love quietly find their home. Part 10. The illusion of free will. Imagine standing at a small crossroads in an ordinary day. You open the fridge and decide between cooking or ordering in. You reply to a message or leave it unanswered. You stay in a job or walk away. In these moments, it feels as if the world pauses and waits on you. You sense yourself as a kind of unmoved mover, capable of beginning a new chain of events from pure choice alone. Spinoza thinks this feeling is an illusion. For him, nothing in nature is exempt from order. There is no island of pure spontaneity floating in a sea of causality. The same necessity that shapes the orbit of a planet and the growth of a leaf also shapes every turn in your thought, every impulse in your hand. Your mind is not a small kingdom standing outside of nature. It is a mode of nature itself, unfolding according to the same intelligible structure as everything else. When Spinoza denies free will, he is not making a casual claim about one aspect of psychology. He is drawing out the consequences of his entire picture of reality. There is one infinite substance, which he calls God or nature. From the essence of this single reality, everything follows with necessity. The order of things is not random. It is not a series of accidents patched together. It is a coherent, though often hidden, web of causes. Within this web, the human mind appears as an idea of a particular body. Whatever happens in the body has a parallel in the mind. Whatever happens in the mind corresponds to something in the body. Together they express one and the same event under two aspects. There is no gap where a free, uncaused will could slip in. If an idea appears in your mind, it has a cause. If a decision arises, it too has a cause. And that cause has a cause, and so on, without end. Spinoza states it in a stark formula: in the mind there is no absolute will. The mind is determined to will this or that by a cause, which is itself determined by another cause, and so on. The chain does not stop at you. You are a link within it, not the origin. Yet the experience of choosing feels so immediate, so intimate, that this can sound almost insulting. How could my decision to speak kindly instead of harshly, to forgive instead of resent, be anything but mine? Spinoza's reply is subtle. He does not deny that you act. He denies only that your action is uncaused. The feeling of absolute freedom, he says, arises from partial knowledge. We are aware of our desires and decisions, but we are ignorant of the causes that have shaped them. To see what he means, picture a stone thrown into the air. If the stone could feel and think, it might become aware of its motion. It would feel itself soaring upward, then falling. It might call this tendency my will to move. It would not feel the hand that launched it, the muscles that moved the arm, the circumstances that led to that gesture. From its perspective, it would be the author of its path. Spinoza thinks that, in a more complex way, this is our situation. We are conscious of what we do. We are largely unconscious of why we do it. Earlier thinkers tried to rescue human freedom by lifting the mind outside of nature. Descartes, for instance, imagined a universe governed by mechanical laws and a soul that was not bound by them. Freedom meant exemption from necessity. Spinoza reverses this picture. To be free in the highest sense is not to float above nature. It is to understand ourselves as a part of nature, and to act from the clarity of that understanding. Here a distinction appears that will guide the rest of his ethics. There are events in us that are caused mainly by things outside us. When we are insulted and flare up in anger before we even know what we are doing, when an image on a screen grips and directs our attention, when we are swept by envy, anxiety, or infatuation, we are being acted upon. Spinoza calls these states passions. They are not just emotions. They are emotions in which we are, to some degree, passive. By contrast, there are events in us that follow from our own nature as understood. When an action flows from clear knowledge, from adequate ideas that we possess and grasp, then, to that extent, it is an action in the strict sense. In acting, we are the adequate cause of what happens. In being passionate, we are only a partial cause. The greater share lies outside us. Notice what this means for the idea of freedom. On the ordinary view, you are free precisely when your choice is uncaused. For Spinoza, that would be nonsense. An uncaused event would be arbitrary, disconnected from your nature and from the order of things. It would not be an expression of you at all. On his view, you are most free when what you do follows from your own understood nature rather than from the pressure of external things. Freedom does not mean absence of necessity. It means that the necessity at work in you is internal, springing from who you are, rather than imposed from outside. Imagine two people speaking harshly. The first is carried by a burst of anger. A tone of voice triggers an old fear. The mind narrows. Words are thrown out like sparks from dry wood. The second person, in another scene, has reflected on a difficult situation. They understand their own feelings and those of the other. They choose to speak firmly, perhaps even sharply, but with a clear sense of purpose and consequences. In Spinoza's language, both actions are necessary, but the second is freer, because it flows from adequate understanding, not from blind reaction. The illusion of free will, then, is not simply a philosophical error. It has ethical costs. When we believe that each decision springs from a mysterious inner power that could have chosen otherwise, we are tempted to see ourselves and others as little gods standing outside the web of causes. We praise and blame as if anyone could have willed anything at any moment. We forget the histories, the bodies, the environments, the ideas and images that shape what is even thinkable to us. Spinoza's determinism, far from being cold, can soften our judgments. If every action follows from a chain of causes, then cruelty, ignorance, and even malice are not monstrous eruptions from nowhere. They are expressions of a confused, often suffering power of existence. They are signs of inadequate ideas and weakened capacities to act. This does not excuse harm, but it shifts the response from outrage alone to understanding. Repair becomes a question of changing conditions and increasing knowledge, not of punishing a mysterious, unconstrained will. At this point, a familiar worry arises. If everything is determined, why do anything? Why not sink into resignation? Spinoza would say that this, too, comes from misunderstanding. Determinism, in his sense, is not a prison that closes off possibilities. It is the recognition that possibilities are always realized through causes. Your understanding, your decisions, your efforts are themselves causes. To see your anger as determined is not to declare it fixed. It is to recognize that different ideas, different habits, different forms of life could, in principle, determine you otherwise. Think of a river. Its course is shaped by gravity, by rocks, by the lay of the land. It does not choose its path in the way we imagine ourselves choosing. Yet by understanding the terrain, we can redirect a portion of the water, channel it for irrigation, build barriers, or open new passages. None of this breaks the laws of nature. It operates through them. In a similar way, understanding the causes that move us does not paralyze us. It gives us leverage. We become, in Spinoza's phrase, more active. We occupy a larger role in the unfolding chain of causes. From within this picture, freedom comes to mean something quieter, but more stable than sheer spontaneity. It is the peace that arises when we see our lives as part of an intelligible order and align ourselves with it. We do not stand above the world, issuing arbitrary decrees. We are a mode of the world, becoming more ourselves as we understand more clearly what we are. If you follow this line of thought, the familiar inner drama of "I could have chosen differently" begins to shift. Instead of asking what an uncaused will might have done, you start to ask what ideas, what habits, what understandings were at work in me then? Which of them were confused, and which were clear? How did people, institutions, memories, and bodily states prepare that moment? And how might those conditions be reshaped now? Seen this way, Spinoza's denial of free will is not a denial of responsibility, but a redirection of it. Responsibility becomes the slow work of transforming the ideas and conditions that determine us. It becomes the work of moving from passive passions to active understanding, from being pushed by external forces to being guided by adequate knowledge of ourselves and the world. In the end, the illusion of free will fades, not when you repeat a doctrine, but when you begin to recognize, in the texture of your own life, how thoughts and choices arise. You notice the small causes that prime a reaction, the patterns that repeat, the way clarity changes what you can do. And as this awareness deepens, another possibility appears, a freedom that is not the power to escape necessity, but the power to live lucidly within it. Part 11. Conatus, the striving to persevere. Step back for a moment and watch the ordinary world around you. A plant on a windowsill turns its leaves toward the light. A cat curls away from a draught of cold air. A child pulls back from a flame, then reaches again, curious, testing the edge of pain. Even in your own body, cells divide, wounds knit, breaths adjust without your command. Everywhere there is a quiet, insistent movement, a tendency of things to hold on, to continue, to become what they can be. Spinoza gives this tendency a name, Conatus. By this he means the basic striving by which each thing, as far as it can, perseveres in its being. This is not a romantic metaphor, it is a structural feature of reality. Every finite mode of God or nature, every individual thing, is a limited expression of the infinite power of existence. Left to itself, it endeavours to sustain and enhance that expression. In a stone, Conatus appears as inertia, the tendency to keep moving or to remain at rest. In a plant, it appears as growth, as the reach of roots toward water and stems toward light. In animals, it takes the form of searching for food, fleeing from threats, protecting offspring. In human beings, it becomes something more complex. Our Conatus includes not only biological survival, but the preservation and enhancement of our power to think, to feel, to understand. For us, Spinoza says, this striving is called appetite or desire. Sometimes it goes by the name of will. Behind every specific wanting, there is this more basic impulse. Behind the wish for a meal, a conversation, recognition, or rest, is the impulse to continue and to increase our power to act. We seek what we imagine will support that power. We avoid what we imagine will diminish it. Conatus is not a separate force added to a thing from the outside. It is the thing's very essence considered as activity. To be a mode of nature is to be a certain pattern of power. To exist as that pattern is to strive to maintain and enrich it. This is why Spinoza can say, "Each thing strives for its own advantage." This is not a defect, but a law of nature. For many, talk of self-preservation and self-advantage sounds like a narrow egoism. But Spinoza's understanding of Conatus cuts deeper and wider. First, what counts as my advantage is not fixed by impulse or custom. When my ideas are confused, I may take something to be good for me that actually weakens me. I may pursue pleasures that deplete my body, habits that fracture my attention, attachments that depend on the diminishment of others. In such cases, Conatus is at work, but it is poorly guided, working with inadequate ideas. As my understanding grows, my sense of what truly sustains and increases my power changes. I begin to see that living in fear, resentment, or dependency drains me. I notice that a life of conflict with others is unstable and fragile. I realize that cooperation, mutual support, and shared understanding actually promote my own perseverance more securely than competition and domination. Reason does not silence Conatus. It clarifies it. It reveals its true direction. Through this lens, many aspects of human behavior that might seem irrational begin to look different. Consider the way we cling to an identity, even a painful one, because it is familiar, or the way we hold on to a relationship that harms us. The thought of being without it threatens our sense of who we are. In both cases, a kind of distorted self-preservation is at work. The mind fears a loss of coherence more than it fears present suffering. It would rather endure known pain than risk a more radical reconfiguration of its being. Conatus also explains the stubbornness of belief. When a cherished opinion is challenged, especially one tied to our social belonging or self-image, we often react with defensiveness out of proportion to the issue itself. The belief has become woven into our sense of existence. To let it go feels like a small death. Our striving to persevere extends to the narratives through which we organize our lives. Yet Conatus is not only the source of our rigidity and conflict. It is also the engine of our growth. The thirst for understanding, the drive to create, the patience to endure hardship for the sake of a clearer, more powerful form of life. These too are expressions of our striving to persevere. When someone spends years learning an art, or quietly tending to a fragile community, or working through grief toward a new equilibrium, Conatus is present not as blind persistence, but as a deep, structured will to be more fully. Spinoza links this striving directly to emotion. He defines the basic effects of joy and sadness in terms of changes in our power to act. Joy is the passage to a greater perfection, a movement to a higher degree of power and coherence. Sadness is the passage to a lesser perfection, a diminishment of that power. Every time something increases our capacity to think and to act, we experience joy. Every time something diminishes it, we experience sadness. Desire, joy, and sadness form the primary colors of our affective life. All other emotions are variations on these, shaped by our ideas of their causes. Seen from this angle, Conatus is the baseline from which Our emotional life rises and falls. When an encounter amplifies our power, we feel the upward curve of joy. When it weakens us, we feel the downward pull of sadness. Love, for example, is simply joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. We love what we imagine increases our power. Hate is sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. We hate what we imagine diminishes us. In both cases, the underlying measure is our striving to persevere. This connection has important ethical consequences. If every being naturally strives to preserve and enhance its own existence, then conflict is not surprising, especially when resources are limited and ideas are confused. But it also means that a harmony of interests is, in principle, possible. The more we understand ourselves and others, the more we can discover ways of living in which each person's Conatus supports rather than threatens the rest. A rational community, for Spinoza, is one in which institutions and customs are arranged so that what truly benefits one tends to benefit all. At the same time, Conatus sets a limit to certain moral fantasies. It is easy to demand from ourselves or from others a kind of absolute self-denial, a pure sacrifice with no reference to one's own flourishing. Spinoza doubts that such a life is either possible or desirable. To the extent that someone truly annihilates their own power to act, they cease to be virtuous in his sense. Virtue for him is nothing but living according to the guidance of reason, and reason, properly understood, will not command self-destruction. It will seek the most stable, expansive form of perseverance for oneself and by extension for others. Within your own experience, you can begin to notice Conatus at work in small ways. The way your body resists staying in a position that causes pain. The way your mind, even when overwhelmed, still gropes for a story that makes sense of what is happening. The way a faint, almost inaudible wish to go on persists even in dark times. These are not proofs of a separate soul, hovering above nature. They are expressions of nature's power in you. Understanding this does not magically resolve conflict or suffering, but it can change your stance toward them. Instead of seeing your impulses and longings as random or shameful, you can start to see them as forms of a deeper striving that needs guidance rather than suppression. Instead of despising your need for stability and recognition, you can ask how those needs might be met in ways that truly increase your power to think and to act. Spinoza's doctrine of Conatus invites a different kind of self-knowledge. You are not a detached spectator dropped into a world of alien forces. You are one of the forces. You are a knot of tendencies, holding yourself together, pushing forward, seeking your own continued expression. The question is not whether you will strive, but how. Will that striving be scattered, driven by partial images and passing passions, often turned against itself? Or will it gradually be ordered by understanding, aligned with what truly sustains you and those around you? To attend to your Conatus is to listen for the deeper pattern in your desires. It is to ask, beneath each particular longing, this simple question: in reaching for this, what kind of existence am I trying to preserve or enlarge? The clarity of your answer is already a measure of how far your striving has come under the guidance of reason. Part 12. The geometry of human emotions. Listen carefully to the weather of a single day inside you. A glance from a stranger brings a flicker of unease. A message from a friend stirs warmth. A memory intrudes and darkens your mood. A piece of music opens a sudden space of calm. The inner sky changes, often without warning, sometimes without any clear map. We say we are at the mercy of our feelings, as if they were storms sweeping in from nowhere. Spinoza offers a different picture. He does not deny the force or depth of emotion, but he insists that our effects follow from the same necessity and order as everything else in nature. They are not exceptions to the rule. They are expressions of it, and because they are ordered, they can, at least in part, be understood. When he speaks of treating the emotions as if it were a question of lines, planes, and bodies, he is not trying to turn us into machines. He is inviting us to look for structure. Just as geometry does not make the world flat, but reveals the relations of shape and distance, his analysis of the effects does not flatten feeling. It traces its patterns. The starting point is simple. Every individual thing strives to persevere in its being. In us, this striving, our Conatus, takes the form of desire. This striving is not constant and unchanging. It can be strengthened or weakened. When our power to act increases, we experience joy. When it decreases, we experience sadness. Joy and sadness are not mysterious substances added to our lives. They are movements in our basic power of existence. From here, Spinoza builds a kind of map. Desire, joy, and sadness are the primary effects. All other emotions are variations that arise when these basic movements are connected with ideas of causes, times, and possibilities. Take love. In Spinoza's terms, love is joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. When a person, an activity, or an object reliably increases our power to act, we feel joy in their presence. If we also form the idea that this joy comes from them, we love them. Hatred is the mirror image sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. We hate what we imagine to be the source of our diminishment. Hope and fear add another layer to this emotional understanding. Hope is an inconstant joy arising from the idea of a future or past thing whose outcome we doubt. We picture something that might come. Something we imagine will increase our power, but we are unsure whether it will arrive. The joy wavers. Fear is the corresponding sadness, tied to an uncertain future or past perceived as threatening. When the outcome becomes certain, the geometry shifts. Hope solidifies into confidence if the good arrives, or collapses into despair if it does not. Fear evaporates into relief, or condenses into fixed grief. From combinations and refinements of these patterns, Spinoza derives a whole catalogue of emotions. Envy is sadness at another's good, accompanied by the idea that their increase somehow diminishes us. Compassion is sadness at another's loss, combined with love or identification. Pride is joy born of the idea that we, ourselves, are the adequate cause of something we esteem. Humility is sadness joined to the belief that we fall short. The list grows, but the structural elements stay the same. Changes in our power to act, coloured by the way we imagine their causes. What emerges is a striking claim in, so far as our emotions are passions, they are always oriented outward. They fix on things outside us and on how those things can help or harm our striving to persevere. We are pulled toward what we imagine brings joy. We are pushed away from what we imagine brings sadness. Our inner life becomes a field of attractions and repulsions shaped by images of external objects. These images are often confused. They are built from partial experience, hearsay, cultural narratives, and fleeting associations. We mistake coincidence for causality. We attribute our moods to the wrong sources. We fix love or hate on people and things that only vaguely relate to increases or decreases in our power. This is why Spinoza insists so strongly on the role of inadequate ideas. When our understanding is fragmented, our emotional geometry is distorted. The angles are mismeasured. We see threat where there is none and promise where there is only emptiness. The result is a life easily blown off course. External things, which we do not control, become the rulers of our inner state. The praise of others lifts us, their blame crushes us. The proximity of a desired object fills us with restless joy, its absence with restless sadness. Our hope rises and falls with every hint of good fortune. Our fear tightens or loosens with every rumour of loss. Spinoza compares us to waves on the sea, driven by contrary winds, tossed about without knowing where we will end. This, for Spinoza, is human bondage, the lack of power to moderate and restrain our affects. It is not that emotions themselves are chains. It is that, when they are rooted in inadequate ideas and fixed on external causes we do not master, we are not truly the authors of what happens in us. We are more moved than moving. Yet Spinoza does not propose that we suppress or flee from emotion. His aim is not numbness. It is transformation. The same effect that enslaves us in one context can, under the guidance of reason, become part of our activity. Consider anger. In its raw, passionate form, anger is a sadness we experience at a perceived injury, accompanied by the idea of an offending cause and a desire to retaliate. It narrows our vision. It imagines the other as a pure threat. But if, instead of being swept along, we begin to understand the causes at work, the other person's history, our own vulnerabilities, the circumstances that shaped the conflict, our relation to the anger changes. The bodily sensations may persist, but the accompanying ideas become more adequate. The demand for simple revenge can soften into a firm, measured response that aims at real repair, or at necessary separation rather than destruction. In this shift, the geometry of the effect has changed. The vectors are redirected. The same energy that, in one configuration, would have led to blind retaliation, in another leads to principled action. We move from passion to action, from being determined primarily by external images to being guided by internal understanding. A similar transformation can happen with fear. When fear is tied to vague images and unknown dangers, it spreads everywhere. It colours the whole field of experience. But when we examine what we fear, identify actual risks, and see where our power to act begins and ends, some of that diffuse anxiety can crystallize into practical caution and prudent preparation. The emotion becomes less a fog and more a clear signal. Spinoza's geometric approach to emotion is not an abstract exercise. It offers a method to slow down, to name what we feel, to ask what increase or decrease in our power lies beneath it, and what ideas about causes are attached to it. Is this sadness linked to a real diminishment of my capacities or to an imaginary loss? Is this joy anchored in something stable or in a passing image? What exactly do I believe is causing this state, and is that belief well founded? This kind of questioning is not meant to scold us for feeling. It aims to make feeling more transparent. The more we understand an emotion, the less it can tyrannize us from the shadows. Even when we cannot change an external situation, we can often reconfigure our internal map of it. We can distinguish what truly depends on us from what does not, and adjust our expectations and attachments accordingly. As our ideas become more adequate, certain pathologies of emotion lose their grip. Envy weakens when we see that another's flourishing does not, in fact, subtract from our own. Pride, in the sense of inflated self-importance, diminishes when we recognize how much of what we are depends on countless external causes. Shame recedes when we understand our failings, not as eruptions of a wicked will, but as the outcomes of ignorance and limitation, which can be worked on rather than merely condemned. At the same time, some emotions can deepen and stabilize. Joy that rests on the fragile approval of others can, under the guidance of understanding, shift into a quieter delight in one's real capacities and in the shared power of human reason. Love that begins as attachment to a particular object can expand into a more general benevolence toward beings whose striving to persevere we recognize as akin to our own. None of this abolishes the fluctuations of feeling. Spinoza is clear that, as finite beings, we will always be affected by things outside us. We will never become perfectly autonomous centers of action, but we can change the proportions. We can lessen the extent to which our emotional life is at the mercy of chance encounters and partial images, and increase the extent to which it is ordered by understanding. In this sense, his geometry is an ethics of attention. To live well is to pay close, patient attention to the forms of our effects, to the lines they trace through our days, to the thought, figures that accompany them. It is to learn, over time, how to redraw those lines, how to find less destructive angles, how to align our emotional lives with the real conditions of our flourishing. If you begin to see your own emotions in this way as necessary, intelligible movements in your power to act, rather than as mysterious eruptions, you may notice a subtle shift. Fear becomes a signal to examine vulnerability, not a verdict on your worth. Sadness becomes a call to understand a loss, not a permanent identity. Joy becomes a clue to what truly strengthens you, not merely a passing high to chase. The geometry of human emotions, for Spinoza, is not a rigid grid imposed on living experience. It is a way of seeing that reveals order where there once seemed only chaos. And in glimpsing that order, you take the first steps from being driven by your affects to, in some measure, directing them, moving from bondage toward a more lucid, stable joy. Part 13. Human Bondage and the Strength of Passions. Underneath our usual stories about choice and character, Spinoza invites us to notice something quieter and more unsettling. How often we are simply carried. A mood enters the room, and we are different. A word from a stranger can ruin an afternoon. A memory reappears, and, without any decision on our part, The body stiffens, the jaw tightens, the mind spirals. We say, "I got angry," or "I fell in love," as if these were actions we performed. Spinoza asks us to consider the possibility that most of the time they are things that happen to us. When he speaks of human bondage, he does not mean chains we can see. He means the condition of being ruled by effects we do not understand. For him, an effect is not a mysterious inner substance. It is a change in our power to act, a shift in our ability to persevere in being. Joy is any passage to greater power. Sadness is any passage to lesser power. Love is joy linked to the idea of its cause. Hate is sadness linked to its cause. Hope, fear, envy, pride, shame, jealousy, these are all variations on how our power is increased or diminished, and on how we imagine the things that do this to us. Spinoza draws a stark line between two ways these changes can occur. Sometimes a change in our power arises from our own nature, from ideas that are clear and adequate. In that case, we are acting. We are the adequate cause of what occurs in us. At other times, the change comes from outside us, from other bodies, other people, confused images and memories. Then we are being acted upon. We are passive. The same emotion, like joy, can be either an action or a passion. It becomes bondage when its source lies in forces we neither know nor command. This picture is uncomfortable because it undermines our everyday sense of freedom. We are used to thinking that our will floats above the world, able at any moment to step in and choose otherwise. Spinoza denies this. The mind, as he sees it, is part of an endless causal chain. Every desire, every decision, every hesitation has a cause, which in turn has its cause, and so on without end. There is no moment at which the mind simply begins a new series, uncaused. There is only the unfolding of nature, expressed through thought and extension. In such a world, what we call free will is often just ignorance of why we do what we do. Yet Spinoza's goal is not to humiliate us, it is to relocate us. If we are not small gods, floating above the order of things, what are we? We are finite modes of God or nature, each with a certain structure, a certain power, a certain tendency to persist. This inner tendency he calls Conatus, the striving to persevere in being. In every moment we seek what increases our power and avoid what diminishes it. We are not wicked for doing so. We are not even especially noble. We are simply existing things, doing what all existing things do. From within this striving, the passions arise. We encounter a person who benefits us, and our power grows. The accompanying joy, linked in imagination to its cause, becomes love. We experience harm, or even the threat of harm, and our power declines. The accompanying sadness, linked to its cause, becomes hate. We picture a future good that might arrive. The inconstant joy that comes and goes as we picture it is hope. We picture a future harm that might arrive. The inconstant sadness is fear. None of this requires a deep inner mystery. It is the predictable play of our striving as it meets an uncertain world. The more our lives are governed by such external encounters, the more we live in the register of passion. Our attention is drawn outward to objects and events, to people and their opinions, to possessions and status, and the fragile arrangements of fortune. We are elated when things go our way, devastated when they do not. Our inner climate is constantly adjusted by the weather outside us. We chase after whatever promises joy. We flee whatever threatens sadness. We are pulled by hope, then pushed by fear, never quite at rest. Spinoza compares this condition to being driven by contrary winds. We do not steer the ship, we are the ship. One moment we are carried toward delight, the next toward despair, with little sense of a stable centre. We may even see what would be better for us, and yet find ourselves chasing what is worse. This, for him, is the clearest sign of bondage, when our understanding points in one direction and our affects drag us in another. It feels like weakness of will, but he reframes it as a mismatch of powers. The passion is stronger than the clarity available to us at that moment. If this is bondage, what gives the passions their strength? Part of the answer lies in our reliance on imagination and the senses. Most of our ideas are fragmentary. We know effects without causes, beginnings without contexts. We see a single event and call it good or bad simply because of how it touches us now. We do not perceive its place in the wider order of nature. This narrowness magnifies the force of our emotions. What is near feels absolute. What is vivid in memory feels decisive. A single look, a single message, a single loss can tower over everything else, because we do not yet see how vast and interconnected the whole truly is. Spinoza does not promise that we can escape the causal order or that we can erase our passions. To be finite is to be vulnerable to what is not ourselves. But he does insist that the balance between passion and action can shift. As our ideas become more adequate, as we understand more fully what we are and how we are embedded in nature, the source of our affects slowly moves inward. Joy that once came only from being praised may come instead from understanding a difficult truth. Sadness that once overwhelmed us at every loss may soften as we comprehend the necessity of change. In this slow reorientation, bondage begins to loosen, not because the outside world becomes candor, but because our relation to it is no longer one of helpless dependence. To name our condition as bondage is not to condemn us. It is to describe a starting point. We wake up already entangled in habits, memories, and social expectations. We did not choose the parents we had, the language we speak, the images that populate our imagination. From these materials, our early loves and hates are formed. Spinoza's philosophy begins by telling the truth about this. Most of what moves us is not yet ours in any deep sense. And yet, precisely because our affects have causes, they can be understood. What can be understood can, to some degree, be transformed. Human bondage, then, is not a final verdict. It is the name for a life ruled by passions, a life in which we are more often moved than moving. In the chapters that follow, Spinoza will not ask us to renounce desire or to flee from joy. He will ask us to learn what truly increases our power and what merely agitates us. That path begins with a different picture of virtue and with a different understanding of what it means to be strong. Part 14. Virtue as Power and Understanding. Beyond ordinary moral talk of duty and guilt, Spinoza places virtue on a new foundation power. To be virtuous is not, for him, to obey an external law, or to repress what is most alive in us. It is to become more fully what we are, to increase our capacity to act from understanding rather than from blind impulse. Virtue is not a posture against our nature. Instead, virtue is our nature functioning at its highest clarity. Each thing, he says, strives to persevere in its being. This striving is not a choice, but the very essence of the thing. In human life, we give it many names: will, appetite, desire. We often imagine that these are opposed to virtue. That moral life is about saying no to desire. Spinoza inverts this image. For him, all our efforts, all our intentions, arise from this basic drive to persist and flourish. The question is not whether we will seek our own advantage. We inevitably do. The question is whether we will do so wisely or foolishly. To live wisely is to understand what our true advantage is. Many of the things we pursue, status, possessions, fleeting pleasures, bring a rush of joy. They temporarily increase our sense of power, but they are external and fragile. They depend on the changing opinions and actions of others, on chance. These external factors also depend on conditions we do not govern. When we build our happiness on these, we build on sand. Virtue, as Spinoza understands it, is the move from such unstable goods to something more constant, the power of understanding. We are uniquely beings who can form adequate ideas, who can know ourselves and the world in a systematic way. This capacity is not an ornament. It is our greatest power. To cultivate it is, therefore, our highest form of self-interest. Virtue becomes identical with the pursuit of knowledge, not knowledge as mere accumulation of facts, but as a deepening grasp of causes, of the necessary order of things. The more we know in this way, the more our effects become actions, and the less we are tossed about by what is merely given to us by the senses or imagination. Spinoza distinguishes different levels of knowing. At the lowest level, we move through the world by experience alone, remembering what happened before. We form habits and generalize from scattered impressions. This kind of knowledge is unreliable and easily overturned. Above this stands reason, which seeks patterns and common notions, those features of things that are the same in all cases. Through reason, we begin to see the shared structures of bodies, the basic laws that govern motion and change. Our ideas here are more stable, less tied to particular circumstances. Yet even reason is not the end point for Spinoza. There is a third kind of knowledge, an intuitive grasp that sees things at once in their connection with God or nature. In this mode, we do not merely infer causes, we perceive how a given thing follows from the essence of the infinite substance. We see it under the aspect of eternity, not as a fleeting episode, but as a necessary expression of the whole. This intuitive knowledge is rare and difficult, but it sets the horizon of what human understanding can become. Virtue, then, has a layered structure. At its base, it includes ordinary prudence, caring for our health and securing what we need. It also involves avoiding obvious dangers. At a higher level, it includes rational living, acting from principles that could be shared with others. This includes cooperating and seeking stable friendships and communities, since we recognize that our power is increased by the power of others. At its highest level, virtue is the joy of understanding itself, the mind's delight in seeing things clearly and coherently, without resentment or envy. From this perspective, moral failure appears in a new light. It is not a violation of an arbitrary rule, but a diminishment of our own power. When we act from hatred, jealousy, or spite, we are not strong. We are weak, ruled by sadness and confused ideas about what will benefit us. We imagine that humiliating another will raise us up. In reality, we are binding ourselves more tightly to external circumstances, making our sense of self-worth dependent on the suffering of someone else. Spinoza calls us back to a more honest egoism to seek what truly strengthens us, even when that means letting go of revenge, pride, or the thirst to dominate. This redefinition of virtue also reshapes how we understand generosity and care for others. We are tempted to see them as sacrifices. We often think we give up our own good for the sake of someone else. Spinoza argues that, when guided by reason, such acts are in our own best interest. Other human beings are, by nature, the beings most like us. When they live under reason, they are most capable of understanding us and cooperating. It is therefore rational and virtuous for us to desire that others become wise and free. Helping them is not self-denial, it is enlightened self-care. This does not mean that every tender feeling is virtuous. Pity, for example, can be a passion, a sadness at another's misfortune that weakens us. It leaves us disturbed and inwardly shaken. Spinoza prefers what he calls rational benevolence, an active desire to do what reason judges best for another's flourishing. Here the focus is not on sinking into another's pain, but on increasing both their power and ours. Such actions are upright. They are upright not because a law commands them, but because they flow from the clear recognition that our well-being is interwoven. Virtue as power and understanding has another profound consequence: composure in the face of fortune, rather than endless hope or fear. The person who lives mainly by imagination is endlessly hopeful and fearful. The future is a landscape of prizes and threats. Each turn of events seems to carry salvation or ruin. The virtuous person, by contrast, sees that every event has its place in the necessary order of nature. This does not make them indifferent. They still act, strive, and prefer one outcome to another, but they do so without inner desperation. They can lose without collapse, succeed without arrogance, because their deepest joy lies not in the outcome itself, but in the clarity with which they understand and navigate it. From the outside, such a life may look calm, even austere. Inside, Spinoza insists, it is rich with a steady kind of joy. This joy does not flare up and vanish. It is the joy that accompanies activity, the feeling of our power at work in knowing, in choosing, and in loving what truly sustains us. To live virtuously is to live more from this inner wellspring and less from the shifting excitements that attend external goods. In this way, Spinoza's ethics joins self-love and wisdom. We do not become good by learning to despise ourselves or by treating our desires as enemies. We become good by learning what we are, by clarifying our desires, by discovering that our greatest advantage lies in understanding. Virtue is nothing other than this clear, persevering activity of mind. It is simply our power, brought into focus. As this focus deepens, the center of gravity in our emotional life begins to move. The love of fragile, finite things does not disappear, but it is relativized. A new kind of love begins to shimmer at the edges of experience, a love directed not toward this or that object, but toward the whole order of reality itself. Spinoza calls this the intellectual love of God. It is, for him, the culmination of virtue and the deepest form of happiness available to the human mind. Part 15. The intellectual love of God. Quietly, a different sense of love enters Spinoza's philosophy, one that does not fit easily into our ordinary emotional vocabulary. We are used to loving particular things, a person, a place, a memory, an ideal. These loves are bound up with time. They begin, they grow, they change, they may fade or break. The love Spinoza calls intellectual is of another order. It is directed toward God or nature itself, toward the infinite reality in which all finite things have their being. To approach this love, we have to recall how Spinoza understands God. Not a person, not a will that chooses among possibilities, not a ruler outside the world. God is the one infinite substance expressing itself through attributes like thought and extension. Every mind, every body, every event is a mode of this single, boundless reality. When we know anything fully, when we understand its essence and its causes, we are, in that same act, knowing God. Knowledge of the world and knowledge of God are not two separate enterprises. They are one. Most of the time, our contact with reality is partial. We know things through hearsay, through scattered experiences, through images linked by chance associations. These inadequate ideas keep us in bondage to passion because they show us only fragments. We see what touches us here and now and call it good or bad, lucky or cruel. We rarely see how it follows from deeper structures, from the fixed and eternal nature of God or nature. Intellectual love arises only as this situation changes, as our ideas grow more adequate, more comprehensive, more rooted in an understanding of the whole. Spinoza reserves the name intellectual love of God for the effect that accompanies the highest kind of knowing. In this third kind of knowledge, we see things under the aspect of eternity. We do not imagine them as simply occurring in time, before or after something else, but perceive how their very being flows necessarily from the infinite substance. We see that nothing is truly contingent, nothing ultimately arbitrary. Every essence, every law of motion, every structure of mind and body expresses something of the eternal nature of God. This vision is not cold. It is accompanied by joy, a joy unlike the volatile delights that come from external praise, sudden gain, or sensory pleasure. Those joys depend on circumstance. They can be reversed at any moment. The joy that belongs to intellectual love is active. It arises from our own power of understanding. When the mind truly grasps a necessity, when it sees clearly why, something must be as it is, there is a quiet exaltation in that clarity. We feel, if only for a moment, that our mind is in tune with the order of things, that our thinking is an echo, however faint, of the infinite thinking of God. Spinoza insists that this love is itself a part of God's love for himself. This can sound strange or even unsettling at first. But his meaning is precise. God as infinite intellect knows himself perfectly. Every adequate idea in a finite mind is, ultimately, a mode of this infinite understanding. When we understand something truly, God understands himself through us. The joy that arises in us is therefore not just ours. It is a local expression of the infinite joy that belongs to God's self-knowledge. Intellectual love of God is, in this sense, God's love of himself refracted through the particular structure of our mind. This thought has profound consequences for how we see our own life. In ordinary love, we are vulnerable because we attach ourselves to what is changeable and outside us. We can lose the person we love, the situation can shift, our own feelings can alter. In intellectual love, the object is eternal and cannot be lost. God or nature does not pass away. The necessary order of things is not undone. Our relationship to this object depends only on our understanding. As long as we are capable of having adequate ideas, we are capable of this love. It is, therefore, the most stable joy available to us. Intellectual love does not erase our other loves. We still care about particular people, about artworks, landscapes, projects, communities. But their meaning is transformed. Instead of clinging to them as if they were isolated absolutes, we learn to see them as expressions of the infinite, as temporary configurations in which the power of God or nature is manifest. We can love them intensely, but without the desperate insistence that they must remain exactly as they are. We can grieve their passing without collapsing into bitterness, because we see that their existence and their disappearance are both woven into a larger necessity. This does not make Spinoza indifferent to suffering. He does not invite us to dismiss pain with a philosophical gesture. Rather, intellectual love teaches a different way of being with pain. When we understand the causes of our own sorrows, when we see why it was impossible for things to be otherwise, much of the bitterness falls away. The suffering may remain, but it is no longer charged with the same resentment, the same sense of cosmic injustice. We are saddened, but we are not at war with reality itself. From within this love, our attitude toward death also shifts. For the person enslaved to passions, death is the ultimate threat, the negation of all possible goods. For the free person who lives more from understanding, death is a boundary, not an absolute catastrophe. Spinoza holds that whatever in the mind is composed of inadequate ideas perishes with the body. But whatever consists of adequate ideas has a kind of eternity. These ideas are not located in time, the way our memories and images are. They express eternal truths, relationships that hold regardless of any particular moment. To the extent that our mind is formed by such ideas, it participates in eternity even while we live. The intellectual love of God is, therefore, already an experience of this eternity. When we understand something sub specie Aeternitatis, we are not transported to another world. We do not glimpse a separate realm beyond nature. We simply see this world as it is, in its necessity and its infinite richness. In that seeing, the distinction between past, present, and future loosens. What matters is not what will happen to us next, but how the whole hangs together, and how our finite life is one expression of that whole. This may sound abstract, but its effects are intimate. A person moved by intellectual love is less anxious about what tomorrow will bring. They still plan, still care, still act, but the urgency of securing a particular outcome fades. The deepest good they know, the joy of understanding God or nature, cannot be taken away by a twist of circumstance. This gives their life a peculiar serenity. They can endure misfortune without despair, success without intoxication, because their heart is anchored in something that lies beyond both. There is also a subtle transformation in how such a person relates to others. Seeing each being as a mode of God or nature, they cannot simply reduce anyone to a means or to an obstacle. Even in the midst of conflict, some awareness remains this person, too, is a finite expression of the infinite, acting from their own striving, their own partial understanding. This does not erase disagreement or the need for justice, but it tempers hatred. It makes cruelty harder to sustain. Intellectual love of God spills over, quietly, into a kind of universal respect. Spinoza sometimes speaks of this state as blessedness, not a reward given after death, not a prize for good behavior, but a condition of the mind that arises naturally from understanding. Blessedness is nothing other than the mind's joy in God, the steady delight that accompanies the clear perception of necessity. To be blessed, in this sense, is to be as free as a finite being can be, no longer ruled by passions that pull us in all directions, but guided from within by the light of adequate ideas. In this way, Spinoza's path circles back to where it began. At the start, we are caught between fate and freedom, between a sense of order and a sense of chaos. His philosophy does not deny necessity, it embraces it. Yet within that necessity, it finds room for a deep transformation of how we live. We do not learn to control the universe. We learn to understand it, and in understanding, we come to love it. Not blindly, not sentimentally, but with the calm, clear affection of a mind at home in reality. The intellectual love of God is, finally, not an escape from the world, but an intensified presence to it. It is the love of a finite mind, for the infinite of which it is a part. When this love becomes the quiet centre of a life, bondage loosens, virtue becomes joy, and the everyday movements of thought and action are touched, however lightly, by eternity. Part 16. The Eternity of the Mind. Perhaps nothing presses so steadily on the human imagination as the thought of death. It waits at the edge of our plans, our loves, our griefs. Even when we try not to think about it, it is there, shaping our priorities and our fears. Spinoza does not answer this anxiety with a promise of personal immortality, of a private life continued somewhere else in time. Instead, he asks us to look more carefully at what we are. Only then, he thinks, can we understand what it could mean to say that the mind is eternal. For Spinoza, we are not ghosts trapped in bodies. We are finite expressions of God or nature. Under the attribute of extension, this expression appears as your body. Under the attribute of thought, it appears as your mind. The two are not separate things joined together. They are one and the same reality, seen in two different ways. Most of the time, however, our mind is occupied with images. We remember fragments of conversations. We replay scenes of success and humiliation. We anticipate future pleasures and threats. These bits of memory and anticipation are bound up with the duration of our body. When the body changes or disappears, these passing images and the emotions attached to them change and disappear as well. If you identify yourself entirely with this stream of images, death can only appear as total loss. It would mean the end of the story, the erasure of a fragile and private inner theatre. Spinoza's bold suggestion is that this way of understanding the self is already a kind of error. It sees only the most fragile, least powerful part of the mind and takes that to be the whole. To loosen this grip, he distinguishes different kinds of knowing. At the most basic level, we move among hearsay, random experience, and confused associations. This is the realm of rumour, habit, and coincidence. Above that stands reason, where we begin to form stable, common notions. We understand simple, shared features of things, that all bodies have motion, that all minds strive to preserve themselves, that every effect has a cause. Beyond even this, Spinoza speaks of a third kind of knowledge, an intuitive grasp of things under the aspect of eternity, sub specie Aeternitatis. Here we do not see things as one episode among others in a timeline. We understand them through their place in the infinite order of God or nature, through their relation to its eternal attributes and laws. When the mind understands in this third way, it is not merely collecting facts. It is directly seeing how a finite thing expresses an infinite reality. To understand your body, for example, is to grasp it as a particular mode of extension, following necessarily from the eternal nature of that attribute. To understand your mind is to see it as a mode of thought unfolding from the eternal nature of thought itself. This kind of knowing is not bound to the lifespan of a particular body. The eternal laws and relations it discloses do not begin when you are born and do not end when you die. Adequate ideas, for Spinoza, are eternal in this sense. They express the order of God, or nature as it truly is, outside the local drama of your personal timeline. Here we reach his striking claim: the more your mind consists of these adequate, eternal ideas, the more of it is eternal, not eternal, as in an endless future, stretching forward like an infinite calendar, but eternal as in non-temporal, always present in God's infinite understanding. This does not mean that your memories, your name, or your private personality survive in another world. The part of the mind that corresponds to the fluctuating states of your body, the shifting images and feelings tied to this particular organism, passes away with it. But to the extent that your mind has become an active understanding of God or nature, that activity is itself an eternal mode of thought. Spinoza thinks we can, in a quiet way, feel this. When you are fully absorbed in understanding something, simply out of love of clarity, time seems to loosen its hold. For a moment, anxiety about before and after fades. There is just the luminous presence of what is being understood. In such moments, you taste, however faintly, what it means for the mind to participate in eternity. This is why, for Spinoza, virtue and happiness are bound up with knowledge. Every being strives to persevere in its being, to increase its power to act. Because we are thinking beings, our greatest power lies in understanding. To live virtuously is not to obey an external command, but to live in a way that genuinely increases this power of understanding. The highest form of this increase is what he calls the intellectual love of God. As the mind understands itself and other things as expressions of God or nature, it is necessarily led to love this infinite, necessary order. This love is not a trembling devotion to a distant ruler. It is the joy that arises from clear understanding itself, from participating in the infinite activity of thought. This intellectual love is eternal in the same way that adequate ideas are eternal. It is not something added on to the universe. It is one of the ways the universe, under the attribute of thought, loves and understands itself. In loving God intellectually, your mind is not standing opposite to God. It is God or nature, in one of its finite expressions, becoming conscious of itself. Seen this way, the drama of reward and punishment after death loses its force. Spinoza thinks that a free person thinks of nothing less than of death, not because they deny it, but because their attention is fixed on what really increases their power in the only sense that matters, the clarity of their understanding in the present. The more you live from this understanding, the less you are ruled by hope and fear, hope for future rewards, fear of future losses. You begin to see that everything follows from the necessity of God or nature, and that your own life is one necessary expression among infinite others. This insight does not make grief or loss disappear, but it places them in a larger frame in which acceptance and calm become possible. In this calm, Spinoza locates what traditional language might call salvation. Not a transfer to another realm, but a liberation from bondage to confused passions here and now. To be saved is to live from the part of the mind that is eternal, to let your choices and responses be guided as much as possible by adequate understanding, rather than by passing emotional storms. Death on this view is not a doorway to a new personal adventure. It is a change in the mode under which God or nature expresses itself. One arrangement of body and its corresponding chain of images ceases. The eternal order from which it followed remains exactly as it always was. To the extent that your mind has aligned itself with that order, you are already living the only eternity that exists. Spinoza's philosophy then does something unusual. It removes the familiar consolations of a personal afterlife, but it also removes the terror that often accompanies their loss. In place of fantasies of survival, it offers a transformation of how you experience this life. Eternity is not a prize to be claimed later. It is an aspect of reality that can be known, loved, and in some measure inhabited now. Yet if eternity is to be found in understanding, we must also ask what keeps most people far from it. Why do fear and hope, especially around death and fortune, so often drive us toward practices and beliefs that have little to do with clear knowledge? To answer that, Spinoza turns to the psychology of superstition. Part 17, The Psychology of Superstition. Fear moves quietly through human gatherings. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a political crisis, an unexpected loss, each can leave people feeling exposed to forces they do not understand. Where understanding is weak, imagination rushes in to fill the gaps. Spinoza begins his study of religion here, not with heavenly decrees, but with our ordinary emotional life. He wants to tell a natural history of superstition to show how, given the kind of beings we are, certain beliefs and practices almost inevitably arise. At the center of this story stand two emotions, fear and hope. When things go well, we hope they will continue. When they threaten to go badly, we fear they will get worse. Both are directed toward an uncertain future, and both become more intense the less we understand the real causes at work. Imagine a community facing a long drought. The people do not know about atmospheric systems or ocean currents. They only see withering crops, empty wells, worried faces. Their minds search for patterns and hidden agents. Perhaps a god is angry. Perhaps a ritual has been neglected. Perhaps an enemy has cast a spell. Out of this mixture of ignorance, imagination, fear, and hope rituals emerge. People gather, pray, fast, offer sacrifices, make vows. If the rain eventually comes, the ritual gains prestige. If it does not, the community modifies the practice, adds new conditions, or blames some hidden impurity. The point is not whether the practice works in any causal sense. The point is that it gives shape to anxiety, a sense of doing something in the face of uncertainty. Spinoza does not present this as a mark of stupidity. For beings who do not yet understand nature's order, it is almost inevitable. Our minds, composed largely of inadequate ideas and vivid images, are quick to personify unknown causes, and to imagine negotiations with them. Superstition is a kind of coping strategy growing out of a mind that is more moved by passions than guided by reason. Over time, however, something else happens. Certain individuals notice that these fears and hopes can be organized and directed. Priests, prophets, and religious leaders step forward and begin to regulate the rituals, define which behaviors please or offend the gods, and interpret ambiguous events as signs. These leaders are themselves subject to human passions. They may be sincere, but they may also be ambitious, anxious to secure authority, wealth, or prestige. Spinoza is keenly aware of how easy it is, in such a setting, to stabilize one's own power by stabilizing the people's fears and hopes. Ceremonies grow more elaborate. Clothing symbols, sacred objects, and carefully staged performances surround the basic acts of prayer and sacrifice. Pomp and mystery create an atmosphere of awe. The more impressive the display, the more deeply it imprints itself on the imagination, and the more resistant it becomes to doubt. Civil rulers often discover that this emotional machinery serves their interests as well. A religion that presents itself as the single path to salvation can be a powerful ally for a state that wants obedience. Dissent from official doctrine can be punished not only as error, but as rebellion. The result is a kind of alliance between throne and altar in which superstition becomes a tool of governance. Spinoza sees a danger here that goes beyond any particular creed. When fear and hope are managed in this way, religion can harden into a structure of authority that discourages genuine understanding. People come to revere ceremonies and texts not as human, historical products, but as untouchable objects. Critique and investigation feel like desecration, rather than like sincere efforts to know. This is what he has in mind when he warns that religion can degenerate into the worship of paper and ink. People no longer direct their devotion toward the simple love of justice and charity but toward the material form of the text, the exact wording of doctrines, the preservation of inherited formulas. The sign replaces what it was meant to signify. Superstition in this sense is not just believing in ghosts or lucky charms. It is any pattern of thought in which external signs, ceremonies, or formulas are treated as sacred in themselves, disconnected from their real purpose. It thrives whenever people are encouraged to obey from fear rather than to understand from love. For Spinoza, this is not simply an error of belief. It is a kind of spiritual bondage. A person whose mind is filled with terrifying images of divine anger or with fantasies of future reward is easily swayed. They are pulled this way and that by preachers, rulers, and crowds. Their own power to understand and to judge is weakened. The remedy, he insists, is not to insult or mock those caught in superstition. After all, the emotional roots of superstition are in all of us. Whenever we are overwhelmed by events we do not understand, the temptation to magical thinking returns. The cure must therefore begin where the illness begins, in our way of understanding the world. Spinoza's strategy is to separate two things that are often confused. On the one hand, there is the core of what he calls true religion, a simple, moral teaching that tells us to love God and to love our neighbour, to practice justice and charity. On the other hand, there are the changing ceremonies, stories, and doctrines through which different communities express this teaching. The core, he believes, is universal and rational. It can, in principle, be known without any scripture at all, through the natural light of reason. The outer forms, by contrast, are historical, cultural, and contingent. They may be helpful for some people in some times, but they are not essential to virtue or blessedness. Superstition arises when this order is inverted. The outer shell is treated as essential and absolute, while the inner moral core is neglected. People fight over words, rites, and speculative dogmas, all the while ignoring the simple requirement to live justly and kindly with one another. This has political consequences. When ceremonies and dogmas are elevated above justice and charity, persecution becomes possible in the name of piety. Those who interpret sacred texts differently are denounced as enemies of God and of the state. Public peace is disturbed not by philosophers who ask questions, but by those who insist that only one rigid form of belief is permissible. Against this, Spinoza argues that the freedom to think, to speak, and to interpret is not a threat to true religion. On the contrary, it is its ally. If faith requires only that we obey the simple command to love God and neighbour, then people may hold very different speculative opinions without endangering piety. The state need only protect the practice of justice and charity, not enforce uniformity of thought. In this way, his analysis of superstition is also an argument for tolerance. Once we see how easily fear and hope can be harnessed to suppress understanding, we can begin to design institutions that protect the space in which reason can operate. Philosophy and genuine piety, far from being enemies, become partners in freeing human beings from needless bondage. Yet superstition does not survive only in vague emotions. It is often bound up with specific beliefs about prophecy and miracles, about voices from beyond nature and events that break the order of nature. To loosen superstition at its roots, Spinoza thinks we must also rethink these beliefs. We must bring prophecy and miracles themselves back within the domain of nature. Part 18. Naturalizing Prophecy and Miracles. Stories shape how a community sees the world. Tales of prophets who speak with God, and of seas that split or suns that stand still, do more than entertain. They mark out a boundary between the ordinary and the sacred. This boundary distinguishes what is merely natural from what seems to break nature's rules. For many religious traditions, prophecy and miracles are the clearest signs that God stands above nature and occasionally intervenes to redirect it. Spinoza approaches these same stories with a very different assumption. If God or nature is one and the same infinite reality, then nothing can stand outside it, and nothing can interrupt its order. His task, then, is not to dismiss prophecy and miracles, but to reinterpret them. He wants to show that they, too, can be understood as natural phenomena. In doing so, he hopes to release us from the kind of superstition that treats ignorance of causes as evidence of supernatural power. He begins with the prophets. Popular imagination sees them as extraordinary thinkers, possessing a superior philosophical or scientific grasp of reality. Spinoza is more modest. Prophets, he suggests, were not distinguished by exceptional intellect, but by powerful imagination and deep moral seriousness. On his view, a prophet is a person whose imaginative faculty is unusually vivid and orderly, and whose character inclines them toward piety and justice. They experience dreams, visions, or inner voices that present moral truths in striking images. These experiences feel to them like encounters with a personal God, because their imagination naturally personifies the infinite power of nature. The content of these visions is shaped by the prophet's own temperament, education, and cultural background. A soldier prophet might imagine God as a warrior. A shepherd prophet might hear God in the language of pastures and flocks. Their messages reflect their particular time and place, their assumptions, and even their prejudices. For Spinoza, this means that prophecy, while it can carry genuine moral insight, is not a reliable source of knowledge about nature, history, or metaphysics. Prophets are no more trustworthy on questions of astronomy or physics than any other person of their era. When they speak about the natural world, they do so with the understanding available to them, not with a mysteriously perfect science. This is a crucial step in naturalization. Prophecy is no longer an intrusion from beyond nature, but a special case of something we can all recognize, the imagination's power to clothe inward moral insight in images and narratives. The divine aspect of prophecy lies not in its breaking of natural law, but in its capacity to encourage justice, charity, and obedience to the good. From here, Spinoza turns to the idea of a chosen people. Many had believed, and still believe, that one nation enjoys a unique, eternal favor in God's eyes. For the Jewish community of Spinoza's time, this belief was central to identity. He treats it instead as a historical question. Looking at the ancient Hebrews, he asks in what sense were they chosen. His answer is disarming. They were not superior in wisdom, virtue, or metaphysical closeness to God. They were chosen only in that, for a time, they possessed a well-ordered political structure and laws that secured their safety and prosperity. In other words, their election was political and temporal, not eternal and metaphysical. A wise lawgiver, Moses, gave them institutions suited to their circumstances. Their neighbours were, for a time, weaker or less organized. Under these conditions, their state flourished. When those conditions changed, their special status vanished. Spinoza's aim is not to insult a particular people, but to show that what looks like supernatural favour can be explained through natural causes, geography, leadership, social organisation, and the ordinary hazards of history. Divine providence does not mean arbitrary preference. It is simply the necessary unfolding of God or nature's laws in the political sphere. From here he draws a further distinction that is central to his critique of religious authority: the difference between divine law and ceremonial law. Divine law, in his sense, commands only that we know and love God and that we love our neighbour. It directs us toward a life of justice and charity and away from hatred, cruelty, and greed. Ceremonial law, by contrast, consists of particular rites, dietary rules, festivals, and rituals. These laws, he argues, do not in themselves make anyone more virtuous or blessed. Their purpose is practical and political, to bind a specific community together, to maintain its identity, and to support obedience to its civil institutions. This distinction allows Spinoza to say something audacious. The many ritual commandments of the Hebrew Bible, and by extension of other religions, were never meant to be universal and eternal requirements. They were tailored to a particular people in a particular time. When the political circumstances that required them vanished, when the ancient Hebrew state fell, these laws lost their binding force. Here again, naturalization is at work. Ritual practices that once seemed to have direct heavenly origin are seen instead as wise tools of social engineering. They organize human passions, they turn fear and hope toward constructive ends. But they are not, in themselves, necessary for salvation. What matters for blessedness is the inner transformation of character, not the external form of one's ceremonies. Having brought prophecy, election, and law into the domain of nature, Spinoza takes on the idea most resistant to natural explanation, the miracle. Traditionally, a miracle is defined as an event in which God suspends or overrides the usual course of nature. The more impossible it seems, the clearer people think the divine hand must be. For Spinoza, this definition cannot be accepted. If God and nature are one, then the laws of nature are nothing other than the fixed and eternal expression of God's essence. To suppose that God breaks these laws is to suppose that God acts against himself, that an infinite, perfect being changes his own nature. This Spinoza thinks is absurd. Instead, he offers a different account. A miracle is simply an event whose natural causes are unknown to us. When something happens that we do not yet understand, our imagination, quick to fill the gap, attributes it to a special act of God. The more ignorant we are of causes, the more easily we speak of miracles. Scripture, he notes, speaks to people whose understanding of nature was limited. Its purpose is not to teach physics or metaphysics, but to move the heart toward obedience. So it describes unusual events in a way suited to the imagination of its audience. It uses the language of divine action, anger, mercy, and intervention. because this is what ordinary people can grasp and be affected by. If the fall of a great empire were described in the dry style of a modern historian, most readers would not be moved. But if it is framed as an act of divine judgment, surrounded by omens and visions, it grips the imagination. Spinoza sees this as a deliberate rhetorical choice, not as a literal picture of how nature works. There is, he insists, nothing in nature that violates her own laws. Every event, no matter how astonishing it seems, follows from those laws with necessity. To appeal to miracles as breaks in the order of things is to abandon the project of understanding and to retreat into ignorance. Worse, it makes God appear arbitrary and unpredictable, which undermines the very trust and stability that piety is supposed to nourish. By explaining miracles in this way, Spinoza does not make the world flat or colourless. Instead, he invites us to a deeper wonder, the wonder of a reality in which everything is intelligibly connected, in which even the most surprising events are expressions of an infinite, necessary order. The true marvel, for him, is not an exception to nature's law, but the law itself. This naturalizing impulse reaches its most controversial expression in his view of Scripture. If prophecy, election, law, and miracles are all embedded in history and nature, then the Bible too must be treated as a human document. Spinoza approaches it as a scholar, gathering clues from the text itself, changes in style, repetitions, anachronisms to ask who wrote it, when and why. He concludes that the books traditionally ascribed to Moses and other ancient figures were in fact compiled much later, probably by editors like Ezra, who wove together older sources. Errors, omissions, and contradictions entered in the long chain of copying and redaction. Canonization, the decision about which books would count as scripture, was itself a historical act made by fallible human beings. Far from being a reason for despair, this realization is, for Spinoza, a way of freeing Scripture from misplaced worship. If the Bible is a work within nature produced by human minds and hands, then we can study it with the same methods we use to study any other historical object. We can ask what its authors intended, what audience they addressed, what moral end they sought. When we do this, he thinks, a simple and powerful message emerges from beneath the layers of ceremony, speculation, and myth. This message is, we are called to justice and charity, to love of God and neighbour. This is the true Word of God, the genuinely divine element in Scripture. It does not consist in miraculous stories or in obscure dogmas, but in the capacity to transform hearts toward a life of fairness, mercy, and mutual aid. Everything else in Scripture is secondary, shaped by context and imagination. People are free, and indeed encouraged, to interpret those secondary elements as they see fit, so long as they do not undermine the basic demands of justice and charity. In this way, Spinoza's naturalization of prophecy and miracles becomes the foundation for a strong defense of freedom of thought, of inquiry, and of religious expression. We arrive, then, at a surprising conclusion. By bringing prophecy and miracle down into nature, Spinoza does not strip the world of the sacred. He shifts the sacred from spectacular interruptions of order to the order itself, from rare events to the ongoing, intelligible activity of God or nature. The true miracle is that this infinite order can be, in part, understood and loved by finite minds. Once religion is seen in this light, as a historical expression of a simple moral core, its relation to politics must also be reconsidered. If no priest or prophet can claim a monopoly on truth, and if the state's health depends on protecting each person's power to think, speak, and interpret, then a new vision of the social contract and of democracy begins to take shape. Part 19. The historical criticism of Scripture. In crowded libraries and quiet bedrooms alike, there is a familiar scene. A book is opened with a kind of reverence. The cover is touched a little more gently. The pages are turned more carefully. We do not simply read such a book. We approach it. We feel its weight as more than paper and ink. Spinoza asks us to pause in that moment and ask a disarming question: what are we actually holding in our hands? He does not begin with blasphemy or with mockery. He begins with a simple, almost childlike curiosity. If Scripture is a text in time, if it was written by human beings in particular languages, under particular political pressures, then perhaps it should be studied as we study anything else that appears in the world, not as something that breaks the order of nature, as something that belongs to it. From earlier parts of Spinoza's philosophy, this move is almost inevitable. If there is only one substance, God or nature, then there cannot be a separate, magical space where texts are produced without history, without context, without causes. There is only one order of things. Prophecy, revelation, and sacred writing must also unfold within that order. They must have psychological, social, and political causes like everything else. So Spinoza turns to Scripture as a critical reader. He notices what many had noticed before, but few had dared to press very far. He sees third-person references to Moses in books traditionally attributed to Moses. He finds chapters that describe the death of Moses and events that happen long after. He finds place names that did not exist in Moses' time, and narratives that seem to presuppose a much later perspective. From these and many other details, he draws a conclusion that, in his time, sounded radical and dangerous. The Bible is not a single, seamless work dictated from beyond history. It is a composite, written and edited by many hands, shaped and reshaped across generations. What we call the 5 books of Moses are, in his view, the result of a much later historian or group of historians collecting earlier writings, laws, and stories, and weaving them into a continuous but imperfect whole. For Spinoza, this does not mean that Scripture is worthless. It means that its worth must be located somewhere other than paper, ink, and authors' names. The true value of the text cannot lie in its perfect transmission, for the transmission is not perfect. It cannot lie in its immunity from error about history or nature, because it clearly shares the limitations of its time. Where, then, does its sacredness lie? He answers in its message, not its machinery, in the simple moral teaching that runs, like a quiet river beneath its many stories. Ceremonies and cultural layers, to love God, to love one's neighbour, to practice justice and charity. When Scripture succeeds in moving people toward these acts of justice and love, it is, in Spinoza's sense, divine. When it fails, when it pushes people into cruelty, hatred or blind obedience to authority, it is being misread or misused. Its divinity does not rest in every sentence, every miracle story, every commandment. It rests in the degree to which it nourishes a life of genuine piety and kindness. This way of reading Scripture runs parallel to his way of reading nature. Earlier, Spinoza invited us to see nature as a book written in the language of causes and effects. We do not honor nature by turning away from its details. We learn to love it more deeply by investigating it patiently, by noticing patterns, by testing our interpretations against experience. The same, he says, should be true of Scripture. If the Bible appears in the world as a sequence of words, then it belongs to the same order we study everywhere else. So he proposes a kind of natural history of the Bible. We should ask who wrote this, when, in what language, for what audience, under what pressures. What was the political situation, the level of education, the range of common assumptions? What sources did the authors rely on, and how did those sources themselves evolve? In our time, this may sound familiar. Historical criticism, literary analysis, questions of canon formation, all of this belongs to ordinary academic study. But in Spinoza's world, to treat Scripture in this way was to strip it of a certain kind of supernatural armor. It was to say that the text is not exempt from the ordinary work of reading. Yet his aim is not to destroy religion. It is to separate true piety from superstition. He sees how easily human beings, driven by fear and hope, cling to tangible objects. They want something solid to hold in the face of an unpredictable world. Religious authorities, also moved by their own ambitions and anxieties, often encourage this attachment. They insist on ceremonies, costumes, formulas, and rigid dogmas. The result is that the book itself is worshipped. The ink becomes holy. The page becomes untouchable. For Spinoza, this is a profound confusion. The moment we begin to adore the object, we risked forgetting its purpose. Scripture becomes an idol. Not the message, but the physical sign is treated as divine. We start to believe that to question a line of text is to attack God, rather than to search for the meaning that might actually honor God. This is why he insists on a brave, careful criticism. If we discover contradictions, anachronisms, or corruptions in the text, we should acknowledge them with honesty, not panic. The value of Scripture does not vanish because a name is misplaced or a chronology does not add up. Those are human errors. The divine, if it appears here, does so in what the text helps people to become. Part of Spinoza's demystification involves prophecy itself. He does not picture prophets as philosophers with unusually clear theoretical knowledge, or as passive scribes taking dictation from a supernatural voice. Instead, he treats them as people with vivid imaginations and intense moral sensitivity. They see the world through images and symbols that seize not only the intellect but the heart. Their visions, in his view, are colored by their own temperament, culture, and prior beliefs. A prophet from one nation will speak in metaphors of that soil. A prophet from another will use different imagery. This does not make prophecy worthless. It makes it human. It shows why prophetic language can be moving and powerful while also being limited. And at times, confused about matters of science or history, the same demystifying impulse reaches the idea of miracles. Spinoza does not allow any event to stand outside the order of nature, because for him, nature is simply the unfolding of God's infinite reality. To imagine a miracle as a suspension of natural law is to imagine God contradicting God. It is to split reality into two realms, and thereby to misunderstand the very unity he has been defending. Yet he understands why miracle stories matter to people. They move the imagination. They awaken awe and fear. They promise that the order of things is not blind or indifferent, but responsive and purposeful. In a world where most people cannot follow abstract arguments, such stories can be a powerful way to encourage obedience to the basic moral law. Once again, the question becomes, what do these stories do? If they help simple minds move toward justice, charity, and reverence, they serve a limited but real function. If they are used to frighten people, to keep them in ignorance, or to silence rational inquiry, they feed superstition. Spinoza's historical criticism of Scripture, therefore, has a double movement. On the one hand, it lowers the book from an absolute, untouchable pedestal. It shows it to be a human document from particular times and places. On the other hand, it raises the bar for what counts as genuinely divine. Not the preservation of every letter, not agreement about every doctrine, but the transformation of lives toward justice and love. Seen in this light, the Bible no longer needs to compete with philosophy as a source of theoretical truth. It does not need to teach physics, metaphysics, or psychology. It can be allowed to do what it is best suited to do: to address the imagination of ordinary people, to speak in stories and commands that even the least educated can grasp, and to call them to a basic way of life. Philosophy, by contrast, can pursue clear and adequate ideas about God or nature without being forced to harmonize every finding with a literal reading of some verse. Faith and reason do not have to be enemies. They simply move in different registers. Faith teaches obedience and charity. Philosophy seeks understanding. This separation is not cold or dismissive. It is protective. It protects religion from being tied to outdated scientific claims. It protects philosophy from being censored by theological authorities, and it prepares the way for what Spinoza will argue next: that a stable, peaceful, truly pious society must grant wide freedom to interpret texts, to question dogmas, and to philosophize without fear. To reach that political vision, however, the first step is this quiet, radical one to hold the sacred book with steady hands, to love it enough to read it truthfully, and to seek its core, not in its miracles or mysteries, but in the simple demand it lays on us to act justly, to love our neighbor, and to allow others the same search for truth that we claim for ourselves. Part 20. The Social Contract and Democracy. Amid shifting fears and private ambitions, Spinoza turns from the page of Scripture to the fabric of political life. He considers how religion has been used to support power, justify persecution, and silence disagreement. To understand a healthy relation between politics and religion, we first need to know what the state is and what purpose it serves. To approach this question, Spinoza invites us into an imagined space, the state of nature. This is not a historical period, but a thought experiment. It's a way of asking what human beings are like when there are no established laws, no courts, no churches, and no common institutions. In that pre-political condition, each person has only the power they can actually exercise. Right in Spinoza's vocabulary is identical with power. If you are able to do something, you have a natural right to do it, not because it is good or just, but simply because you can. There is no shared standard or external judge. In such a setting, everyone is guided by their Conatus, their basic striving to persevere and enhance their power. We seek what we take to be useful. Sometimes this pursuit follows reason, often it follows fear, anger, envy, and other passions. There are no guarantees that our interests will align. The result is a fragile and unpredictable world where cooperation is possible, but always provisional, always at risk of collapse. Spinoza, like Hobbes, sees that this condition is not one we would rationally choose to remain in. Left to our own isolated power, our lives would be insecure and vulnerable. Our lives would be constantly interrupted by conflict, and our fear of one another would distort every relationship. Reason, even when only partially developed, suggests another path. By joining our powers and forming a collective body, each of us becomes, in a sense, more powerful. We gain security, can plan and build stable lives. We achieve this by agreeing to transfer some of our natural right to a common authority, a sovereign. That transfer, whether explicit or implicit, is what Spinoza calls the social contract, the foundation of political order. The sovereign is not a mystical person above the people. It is simply whoever, or whatever body actually, holds the power to make and enforce common decisions. This authority might be a single ruler, a small council, or the many citizens acting together in a democracy. Once a state is formed, individual rights are measured not by what one can do alone, but under the common power's protection. Laws now define what each person is allowed or forbidden to do, and punishments give those laws weight. But this transfer of power is not an alienation of our true interest. We submit because our chances of living, thriving, and understanding increase within a stable order. This leads to an important conclusion: obedience to a well-constituted sovereign is not servility. It is a rational extension of our own striving. When the state truly aims at public peace and mutual safety, to obey its laws is to cooperate in a larger project of empowerment. Still, not all forms of government realize this potential equally. Spinoza compares monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, considering their practical function. He analyzes them not by invoking abstract ideals, but by examining how they tend to operate given human psychology. A monarchy concentrates power in a single person. While it can produce swift decisions, it is highly vulnerable to the passions and weaknesses of one mind and body. A jealous or fearful monarch can easily turn the Commonwealth into an instrument of private preservation. Advisers will often flatter rather than correct. Suspicion multiplies, laws become unstable, and citizens' loyalty is secured more by fear than by shared understanding. Aristocracy distributes power among a small group. It can be more stable than monarchy, but tends to generate factions and secret rivalries. Entire classes of people are excluded from political participation, which breeds resentment and undermines the sense of common purpose. Democracy for Spinoza is not perfect, but it is the most natural form of state. It most closely resembles how power already exists in the multitude. Each individual in the state of nature has a share of power. In a democracy, this power is not handed entirely to a single person or elite. Instead, it is organized and expressed through assemblies, councils, and laws that, at least ideally, reflect the will of the people themselves. Because decisions in a democracy arise from the deliberation of many, they are less likely to reflect only the passions of a few. When a large number of people agree to a law, it usually indicates that the law serves some broad interest. The common good, while never perfectly known, is more likely to be approximated by a wide and open process than by secret decisions. Democracy also aligns with Spinoza's metaphysical commitment to the increase of power. A state that draws on the minds and capacities of many is, in a way, more powerful. It can produce more knowledge, more arts, and more forms of cooperation. It is better suited to the flourishing of philosophy and science. This is because it does not systematically narrow the space of inquiry, actively promoting the flourishing of philosophy and science. Still, Spinoza is not naive. He knows that democracies can be turbulent, demagogues can rise, and majorities can act unjustly. His point is not that democracy is guaranteed to be rational, but that it gives the best structural chance for reason to play a leading role. It admits of self-correction, allows for criticism, and can, at least in principle, learn from its mistakes. Into this political picture, religion inevitably re-enters, for religion is not just belief, it involves practices, institutions, and public speech. These shape how people behave toward one another. They can calm passions or inflame them. They can support the commonwealth or tear it apart. Spinoza distinguishes between the inner and the outer, between faith as a private orientation and religion as a set of public forms. Outward rites, ceremonies, and official doctrines, when enforced as law, become part of the state's operations. They affect who is included, excluded, trusted, or punished. If the outward side of religion is left entirely to independent authorities like priests or rabbis, those authorities acquire political power. They can threaten rulers with excommunication or stir up the people against laws they dislike. They may even demand the state enforce their interpretations as natural truths. The result is a divided sovereignty, leading to conflict between secular and sacred power, which weakens the state. To avoid this division, Spinoza argues that all public religion must fall under the authority of the state for the sake of unity. This does not mean the state should dictate inner belief, or that it should crush all diversity of worship, preserving individual freedom. It means that any ceremonies, rules, or religious institutions affecting public order must be regulated with an eye to peace and safety. In the best case, the sovereign will recognize the universal core of religion. Spinoza uncovered the command to practice justice and charity. It will frame laws so this universal moral law is reinforced by civil penalties and rewards, promoting ethical conduct. The ceremonies and teachings it permits will be those that help citizens live peacefully, respect one another, and support the common welfare. This might sound like a fusion of church and state, but the fusion is carefully limited to the outward domain. The inward relation to God, or the inward state of mind toward the order of things, remains beyond political regulation. No sovereign, no matter how powerful, can directly control what each person thinks. Laws can guide behavior, but they cannot command belief. If the state tries to legislate inward affirmation, its tools fail, resorting to fear, censorship, and violence. These actions, in turn, undermine trust and provoke hypocrisy, which is counterproductive to stability. Spinoza's solution is simple and profound: let the state govern actions, not thoughts. It should shape public forms of religion for peace. But it must never claim authority over the secret movements of conscience, preserving individual intellectual freedom. A person may obey all laws and outward customs while still doubting them internally. That tension cannot and should not be erased by force. This brings us to the threshold of Spinoza's account of freedom. A well-ordered democracy depends on allowing liberty of thought and speech. This liberty must be consistent with basic security. Such a state will not fear philosophers or punish differing interpretations of Scripture. However, this is only allowed so long as citizens obey the law and do not incite rebellion, maintaining public order. The social contract, then, is not an agreement to silence ourselves. It is an agreement to restrain actions that tear the common life. Within that fabric, there must remain spacious room for inquiry, doubt, and debate, as these are essential for progress. As we move to Spinoza's reflections on the freedom to philosophize, it is worth holding together the strands we have gathered. Human beings, driven by their striving, form states to secure their lives. The best state transforms private fear into shared power. It regulates outward religion without invading the inner sanctuary of the mind. It sees the free play of thoughts and words not as a threat. Instead, it views them as a vital condition of its own health, essential for progress and stability. From this vantage, democracy is not just a method of choosing rulers. It is an experiment in trusting that, under reason, many minds can come closer to the common good. This experiment is fragile. It asks for patience, for tolerance, and for the courage to live with disagreement. But for Spinoza, there is no more reasonable way for finite beings striving to persevere, to live together under the infinite order of God or nature. Beyond police powers and written laws, there is a quieter territory that every person inhabits alone, the inner landscape of thought. Here we assent, we doubt. We rehearse arguments we never speak aloud. We imagine alternative lives, different beliefs, other gods. Spinoza begins his defense of the freedom to philosophize with a simple observation: this territory cannot be conquered. No authority, however absolute, can wholly take control of another's thinking. Commands can regulate speech and behavior. They cannot directly touch what the mind does in private. Of course, power can try. It can threaten, censor, imprison, or kill. It can make examples of heretics and rebels. It can burn books and ban teaching. But even then, thoughts will continue. They will move in whispers, in letters, in hidden gatherings. Fear may silence some, but it will also sharpen the courage of others. The attempt to extinguish independent thinking often ends by strengthening it. Recognizing this, Spinoza urges rulers to take a different path. Instead of trying to force inner agreement, they should ask a more practical question: what forms of freedom are compatible with public peace, and which forms actually support it? Here his earlier work on Scripture becomes crucial. If the essential core of faith is a simple moral maxim to know and love God and to love one's neighbour, then the list of beliefs that must be enforced shrinks dramatically. The state does not need to compel everyone to accept a detailed theology, a specific theory of creation, or a particular set of philosophical doctrines. It needs only to ensure that citizens act justly and charitably, and that they respect the basic laws that make common life possible. Within that broad frame, differing opinions about metaphysics, biblical interpretation, or divine attributes do not threaten the state. They may even enrich it. They give rise to schools of thought, debates, and reflective communities. They allow individuals to gravitate toward understandings that actually move them to live well, rather than reciting formulas without conviction. Spinoza therefore draws a sharp line between deeds and words, and then another, subtler line between kinds of words. Deeds that violate the social contract, such as violence, theft, and active sedition, must be restrained. The state naturally has the right, indeed the obligation, to prevent these actions and to punish those who commit them. It would be self-destructive to allow behavior that directly tears at the conditions of shared life. Words that are mere expressions of private belief, by contrast, pose no direct threat as long as they are not attached to calls for disobedience or violence. A philosopher who argues that the world is eternal, that miracles are impossible, or that Scripture should be read historically rather than literally, does not thereby undermine the existence of the state. Such arguments may unsettle some religious authorities, but they need not destabilize public order. There remains a grey area speech that directly seeks to dissolve the Commonwealth, that stirs up rebellion, or that persuades others to reject the authority of law outright. Here Spinoza concedes some limits are necessary. A state does not have to tolerate language whose clear and immediate aim is to wreck the agreement that gives it existence. Even here, however, he counsels moderation. Excessive suspicion, he thinks, is more dangerous than a generous tolerance of disagreement. A government that sees every criticism as sedition, every doctrinal difference as treason, will end up policing ordinary opinion. It will generate hatred, hypocrisy, and eventually revolt. The more secure the state, the less it will fear the free movement of thought. Spinoza also appeals to a deeper, almost paradoxical insight. A state that allows the freedom to philosophize is not just being generous. It is acting in its own rational self-interest. For only where judgment is free can the sciences and arts truly flourish. Dogmatic control may enforce conformity, but it cannot produce discovery. If a community wants better medicine, more accurate astronomy, clearer laws, and wiser institutions, it must allow people to think beyond what is already accepted. It must allow them to challenge authorities, test hypotheses, and explore unfamiliar paths. The great advances in understanding have often come from those willing to question reigning assumptions. By protecting such questioning, the state increases its own power. It gains access to better knowledge of nature, of human behavior, and of political dynamics. It becomes more capable of responding to crises and of designing institutions that actually fit human needs. There is also a moral dimension. Spinoza has argued that true piety is measured not by the complexity of one's beliefs, but by the sincerity and constancy of one's commitment to justice and charity. If this is so, then compulsion in matters of belief is not only ineffective, it can be positively corrupting. People may pretend to accept doctrines they do not understand or inwardly reject. They may profess whatever is safe while privately resenting both religion and the state. Such outward conformity without inner conviction is, for Spinoza, a form of hypocrisy encouraged by bad politics. It strips religion of integrity and makes obedience to God indistinguishable from fear of punishment. It turns piety into superstition. In contrast, a society that allows individuals to search for truth in their own way, to accept only what they find persuasive, and to reject what seems false, creates the conditions for a more honest piety. Those who believe do so because they have found something genuinely meaningful, not because they are afraid of the police or the clergy. Those who do not share certain beliefs can still live ethically, guided by reason and the common good. Spinoza's own life sheds a faint, indirect light on this argument. Excommunicated from his Jewish community, living modestly as a lens grinder, he understood the cost of independent thinking. Yet his writings are not filled with bitterness. They are filled with an almost serene confidence that understanding, if given room, will gradually dispel both fear and hatred. He does not expect everyone to become a philosopher. Most people will continue to live in the imaginative world of stories, symbols, and popular religion. That is not a failure. It is simply a reflection of human diversity. What matters is that those who can and wish to investigate more deeply are not prevented from doing so, and that those investigations are not confused with rebellion simply because they challenge traditional views. Spinoza's defense of philosophical freedom therefore intertwines three concerns: the dignity of the individual mind, the health of the state, and the purity of religion. The individual mind, on his account, is a mode of God or nature. Its power of thinking is one expression of the infinite intellect. To prevent it from exercising that power is, in a way, to dim a small ray of the divine. Allowing it to seek clarity is a form of respect for the very reality Spinoza calls God. The state, as we have seen, needs accurate knowledge and honest criticism if it is to endure. A government that treats all dissent as treason blinds itself to its own errors. It loses its ability to adapt. By making room for open discussion, it maintains contact with the living intelligence of its citizens. Religion, finally, is cleansed of superstition when it ceases to lean on coercion. If it truly teaches love and justice, it has nothing to fear from argument. Its strength will lie in the lives of those who embody its teaching, not in the number of books it can ban or the penalties it can impose. All of this can sound abstract, but it reaches into ordinary life. Imagine a teacher who encourages students to ask hard questions about faith and science. trusting that truth can withstand examination. Imagine a government that does not meddle in sermons as long as they do not call for violence, and that does not demand philosophers dress their arguments in religious language. Imagine religious communities that allow disagreement without expulsion, confident that what is essential can survive diversity. For Spinoza, these are not utopian dreams. They are the practical consequences of taking seriously that there is one order of reality governed by necessity, and that human flourishing depends on understanding that order as best we can. Fear narrows this understanding, freedom enlarges it. As our inquiry draws near its end, we can see how this defense of the freedom to philosophize closes a long circle. We began with the nature of God, or nature, moved through mind and body, through emotions and bondage, through superstition and historical criticism. Now we see that the quest for adequate ideas cannot remain a private undertaking. It needs a public world that does not punish those who think. To live under the aspect of eternity is not to flee the city for a secluded mountaintop. It is to carry, even in the midst of laws, conflicts, and institutions, a calm awareness that thought is one of the ways in which the infinite expresses itself. Protecting that thought, your own and that of others, is, in Spinoza's eyes, not merely a political right. It is part of what it means to honor God